Oh, why am I an idiot? Fuck. Sorry. Hello. What? Oh, and welcome. Okay. Maybe I hit the go live by accident. Maybe that's the thing that happened. What do you think, River? What do you think? You can kind of see River's like, yo, what's up? Okay, whoever that was from House Carl, congratulations. Because yesterday wasn't a stream, that was an arms race. Today is the first stream from Longship version 3. The Longshipping. Wait, no, that doesn't work. Longship with a vengeance. No, mine is past. How are you all doing? I am slowly... Hello. I'm slowly getting set up. How are you doing? I know, that smells of Vicky's. Sorry. And we got... Okay. You're feckin' House Carl. Give me a second. I'm switching things on. I'm putting things together. Yo! Okay. So rolling it back. Firstly, what? Oh, and welcome. Yes. Hello. You want to say hello to everybody? No, you just want to have a sniff under there. Okay. Please don't chew anything. Those are all wires. Hello. Shall I just move it down? Because look at that little
Captain
face.
on the bridge.
Time's out of a leftover moving box. Yay, I made it to the new studio. Nibbles a carrot 11 months now.
Geraldine, feckin' thank you. Okay. There's a lot happening right now, and we don't even have any tunes. Okay. So River's going off for a wander, but can be summoned with the power of treats. Okay, so there's a lot happening simultaneously, so I have a lot of things to say. So Dorcas, Alnus, Aspects, Katros, Rhymes with Moose, Van Beast, Isocrid!
Longship 3, the longer shipper.
The longest shipper. Wabben, Captain Stephanie Barnes, the Dismook, everyone. What? Oh, friends. Dog friend, that's River, and she will no doubt be coming to hang out intermittently throughout, but she is an independent dog, but we can summon when necessary. Then, I need to say thank you, because apparently we're just feckin' going today. No ifs, ands, or buts. So, firstly, an anonymous gifter gave Jesse Cox a sub to the channel. And if you've seen the events page, you might know why that's a thing. Then Aspects gave a sub to the Rami. Next time Rami's on the show, he's going to be like, wait, why do I have like a 6-month streak? And then Jaralan celebrating a tier 3. An 11 months tier 3. Like, you lot haven't done enough feckin' badassery looking after. So, feckin' yo. See, I was going to belt out Professor Elemental's theme music as our opening track, but I think I've feckin' killed it a little bit. Rhyme says, look again, Rami's already at 9. 9! Bloody hell!
Every hero needs theme music, and this is mine. Find a beat that shines, renewed spirit and mind. Spit fire when I swing in with some...
So how are you all doing? Welcome to the new space. I'm not entirely 100% set up, I'll level with you. I did a stream last night. We had a couple of tech issues which I was still fixing. I'm slowly setting up the lighting, for example. Wow.
If there's been monkey business, I head off on a mission. I'm ready for anything in a head-on collision. So listen, all vagabonds, scoundrels, and villains. Beware because it's on. This is just a game.
You know, I absolutely wouldn't be the kind to use a light Jedi style blade. But yeah. Oh, Gil says I'm about to start work, so hi and bye. Have a good stream. Gil, it's always lovely to see you. Welcome to the new digs, Gil. Captain Steph says, are we ever completely set up? Details.
Captain on the bridge.
Yeah!
From the land of conventions and conferences.
Feckin' yeah, you have. Friendos, if you didn't know, Strades did 3 cons pretty much back to back, including PAX, TwitchCon, and then, Grace Hopper, which is a feckin' great thing. It's a conference for women in tech, and by the sounds of it, it's feckin' awesome. So Strades, you survived. Congratulations, I got a fresh cuppa right here. Captain Steph, it's not a cult. Night Valen, it's definitely not a cult. So, games industry is on fire again. Who wants to talk about international governments and their effect on game censorship today? Because I do! Alrighty. Well, so Night Valen. Well, okay, we're gonna discuss this like we do. There are multiple factors. Blizzard is doing a bad. I am not defending their actions today, and I'm certainly not going to defend the decision of how they handled it. But we need to talk about censorship in video games. We need to talk about what that actually looks like versus the usual accusation of, oh no, they have removed inappropriate boobs from underage girls from my video game. They must be doing a censorship. Oh no. We're going to be talking about this proper wholesale. So, we will look at all the details, we'll look at all the facts, we'll have a chat and a banter, while I'm slowly putting up lighting and getting everything ready. Night Valen says, damn it, Will, I want to be angry, but that voice made me laugh. Whoa! I'm never gonna tell you not to be angry about, you know, these kinds of things, but it's better to be informed and understand why. Like, I've seen a lot of people, especially on Twitter, being like, right, that's it, I'm done with Blizzard products, this isn't out, and I feel like being able to discuss all the factors that come into it. Yeah, Night Valen says, like, the Irish Kermit voice. That's actually, that voice is how I read YouTube comments or internet comments from people who hate me. That's how I survive. You are dumb and bad, and you should not be allowed on Twitch because you are stupid and your face is dumb. Like, it's real hard. It's real hard to take offense from that voice, you know what I'm saying? Alna says, I mean, would that be a boycott or a gamer boycott? Well, yes, that's another now famous term. So yeah, we are absolutely going to be discussing Blizz. We're going to be discussing what this was, how this came about, and why this is indicative of something that's going to be more prevalent to us over the next few years. I'm going to touch a little bit on both history and international politics. If you understand socioeconomic stuff better than myself, please do chime in. Like, we ain't here, I am not here to tell you how it is. I'm here to tell you as much as I know and give you the information that I have. But, like, you know, if you work in the banking sector and have to deal with international companies, you'll have a better understanding than I will. So, if you want the TLDR, I tell you what, actually, we're at the 9-minute mark, and I want to stick these lights up so I look less like a ghoul, haunted. I don't want to go back to the old days where I was using Google homepage as a backlight for my face. Alright, but let's just quickly make sure this looks like how we want it. But yeah, we're going to be talking about the Blizzard situation, we're going to be talking about what's going on, the situations that led to it, and why it is something that we do need to be aware of as a group. Alright. Alna says, I don't know if lights are going to stop the ghoulishness. You want some holy water? No! Shit burns. Well, it's just supposed to be water. It's like hella spicy. Mal, good morning. Hello, Watto. Alright, so who hasn't had a hi from me? So I don't think I said hi to Alpha. I don't think I said a proper hi to Jaradan because I was celebrating their 11 months. So to all of you, Watto, and welcome to our new operation. Fiona wrote this up on the board for me. That's my what should I call it? That's my sober qualification. Jaradan, you see, all the squishies are now able to hang out in one place. And I'll slowly be decorating, like, around here. Like, the thing is, this is our space, friends. We're gonna be here for a while, so we get to change things, we get to put stuff up. So, yo. So Captain Moose, I will get into this. I just want everyone to like go get yourself a cup of tea, and then we'll go from there. All right? Yep, Gerald, Tim Fox is in there hanging out. You can just see him peeking out in the middle. So yeah, friends, go get yourself a cuppa. We're gonna talk about this one. But if you want to get a grounding of what we're going to be talking about, Kotaku did a really good, like, succinct write-up.
But the weaknesses of some can leave them rather overcome, and their jealousies can rather stop them from keeping mum, so they bleat all their grievances up and down the avenue.
So Captain Steph, in the short term, yes, Blizzard did a bad. In the long term, we do need to talk about the how and the why. Because it does affect us as consumers of video games. It does affect us, and it's something that discussing is important. You know what I mean? Hey, Greenfire Watto, good morning. How are you doing? Grab yourself a cup of tea. We're going to be talking about Blizzard, and we are going to be slowly setting up this area.
Who wants to sing?
Yay, Jeremiah Wheeler! Also, Tal, good morning. How are you doing? Stompy! Check out the new gaff! How you doing? How you all doing? Yeah, Captain Steph, go get some food, yo. Wraith, how you doing, friend? Steph's just like, Tim Fox got his hands busy keeping Friendo, Slugcat busy, working and not just, like, goofing off. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to cast names, Friendo, but some people are into the party life, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, Jeremiah Wheeler, I agree with you. And what I want to talk about this morning is I want to talk about why Hong Kong is such a crazy hot pot right now. Just a little bit. I want to talk about why Blizzard chose to make the decision that it did, why they're in a position where they couldn't do anything else, and why that is bad. And then discuss, like, ways in which they could, like, in which they could possibly move away from being reliant on a totalitarian communist government. But yeah, we're going to get into that second. So friends, get a coffee, get a tea. You got, let's say, another 5 minutes. Strake's like, Friendo was really taking some dives on Sunday, I have to admit. Right? Motherfucker was like, I'm going to have a party over here. I'm going to have a party over there. I'm a one-person party. I'm a Friendo. I don't care. Greenfire says, I saw you streaming early this morning, so morning streams are a thing then. Well, what I'm going to say, because if I promise to do evening streams, Fiona will pull several of my vital organs out through my eye hole. And, like, I don't even mean, like, the ones close to the eye. I mean the deep down ones. But we, depending on work schedule, depending on what else we've got going on, and assuming I'm not, like, burning out, like, Friendos, there's a viability of doing more stuff. But rather than, like, changing the schedule, they'd just be like, this is a thing as well as. Thelmsby says, who is this weirdo? Why is he on the GameWorks channel? Thelmsby, how you doing? Yeah, Aldous, and besides, last night wasn't a stream. That was a goddamn arms race. And despite my attempts, I didn't manage to get Fallout Boy stuck in anyone's head. But for some reason, I woke up singing Panic at the Disco's, closing the goddamn door. Catros is like, Fiona's gonna pull your brain out through your nose, modification style. Catros, I'll be lucky if it's the brain. I'll be lucky if it's the brain. That's DSCTH with new studio. Who dis? It's the new, improved Longship 3.0. Fiona's even written up a counter so you can know how many days it's been since you made me cry. Ardoon says, Will, did you seriously do a 2 a.m. stream? Did you just finish the story? No! Okay. So last night I just wanted to test what was going on. There were some technical problems which I have saved. It is going to mean that I need to reset a couple things each time we're doing a stream, but it's pretty cool. Tal said, I've had Toto Africa stuck in my head. I'd like to say I'm sorry, dear Tal, but I'm not. Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. So I got 2 sets of lights for the short term, because during Broketober, like, I can't afford a decent ring light or anything like that. So we got some cheap LED setups from IKEA yesterday, along with this little jammy bar. So, Tarl says, can I still expect that Mario Kart sound to go off? Tarl, if you need... Yay!
What ho everyone. It's been a long year since you spent 10 hours in XCOM making white cocks and friends.
God, it was. Oh, and at some point, friends, we're gonna have to return to feckin' we're gonna have to return to XCOM at some point. Catro says, I mean, I had the one good song from an otherwise mediocre sequel to an animated film song stuck in my head through the entire Sniper Elite stream. I don't remember what that was. Yay! And ladies and gentlemen, individuals of all persuasions, congratulations to Stompysaurus, who finally finished Hollow Knight. True ending and everything. Congratulations, friend. Like, I mean, I personally think it's entirely worth it, you know what I'm saying? It's one of those great experiences that will stay with me for a long time. I mean, as you well know, to the point where I got it tattooed on my body. Alright, so these are our LEDs to start with. These are going to go up here. Just give us a nice little soft glow. Why is it playing Armitage Shanks twice? I will fight you. There we go. Though from downlight, it makes me look... The tune doesn't really work. You can't really do chat pop to sinister music. Welcome, one and all, to the new and improved Longship 3. The tale of the haunted ship. I've got nothing, I'm sorry. Let's get it back to... Greenfire says, if you're doing morning streams, I can hang with you all before I go to work. Please don't do it. I won't ever do it. Also...
Look at the shinies.
Look at the shinies! Rothar, fecking congratulations on 12 months. Fecking ledge, thank you. Seeing all those little like steel and red long ships in chat does make me real happy. Yay, nom nom Watto friend. Thank you kindly. TSCTH with Longship 3, the noodling. Alright, so I'm going to pop this up. Friendos, we are going to be talking about the Blizzard situation today, and it's going to be... I don't want to say it's going to be a heavy topic, because it's not, like, it's not emotional and feels, but it is one we do need to discuss, because... Like I said, a lot of people are calling to boycott Blizzard products, and while I will not stop them, I think we should discuss... it. I don't think we should... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. People are right in being heckin' angry at Blizz, because they done the bad right now. They are not the goodies. But it's one of those things where if we are going to actively take a stance against a developer, we should understand why. We should understand why they have done the things that they've done. And feckin' Mike! Good morning, Mike. Camille! Thank feck you got here. Camille, how are you doing, friend? Steel Fox, it's not politics, it's economics. Like, anyone saying take politics out of video games is ignoring one of the entire points of art as a standpoint. I mean, if you take politics out of music, God, like, pretty much all those dope tracks throughout the 80s would just be thrown out. Yeah. I'm just sticking up my light. So friends, you've got a couple more minutes to get yourself a cup of tea if you want before we take into this. CSCTH says, so can we talk about the increased number of shark attacks in Australia? Preferably with plenty of visuals. How about no? Whoa! Steel Fox saying, his voice thick like sarcastic Marmite. Do you mean my favourite tune, American Idiot, has nothing to do with politics? My God. No, it's... Alright, hang on. Give me 2 seconds, friends. I'm just going to hang this up. But yeah, today's discussion is not the if and when of politics in video games, because it does happen. Pretty much all of them. But today we are going to be discussing why in the bloody hell Blizzard shut someone down and fired both of the commentators for making a statement supporting the Hong Kong riots. Like, yeah. So the guy who made the statement, by the way, has been banned for a year, has had his prize money taken away.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Who was that? Who was that? Alright, that's going to be on remotely level. That's going to drive me nuts later. Oh no, it is level. Cool. Who was that just gifted a sub to Stompy? Some anonymous mother hubbard. Well, whoever that was from House Carl, you're a feckin' legend. And thank you kindly. Alright, let's give this a shot. See if I look less like a ghoulish monster. Yay! There we go! That's a little bit better. Hey, morning DJ. How you doing? Boy, those tiny bulbs are quite severe. So DJ, we are going to be chatting on the Blizzard situation today a little bit. But also, I was checking through my keymailer, and I got sent a copy for a game called Kind Words. So what I thought, friends, is we spend an hour or two chatting about the situation. Airman, you fucking ledge! House Carl ride on the very first day. Because last night wasn't a stream, it was a goddamn arms race. Yeah, Airman, fucking thank you. Sorry says, Gerblins wish to send gift to Viking. Gerblin Fiona, what flavor does she like? Must send Cadbury. Oh, Cadbury stuff goes down real well. I can definitely ask. Oh, bear with me a second. Alrighty. Tal says 6 more subs. I do like the whimsy in the soundtrack we're going to have behind us today. I tell you what, while everyone's here, River, do you want to come meet DJ and the rest? River, do you want to come meet Camille? River, come here. See if we can summon her up. Alright, well, the message has been sent. We'll see how it goes. Mike, we will be seeing a dog. Cinepan, River was here and then decided that she's not big into... that she's going to have like a walk around. Alness with dog will remember this. Tanari, wow! How are you doing? Alright, this is not a field day. Yo. Thank you all for coming out for the first proper day here. Camille, everybody, I don't know if you see what Fiona made, which is this. Welcome to the Longship 3. It has been 0 days since chat has made Will cry. And that is not a challenge, but now we can keep track of it. Ah, Lizzie, that is a very good point. I'm not usually the singing kind, but perhaps for Tal's birthday, I would be willing to sing happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, Jarl Tarlicus, for it is a happy birthday to you. How's that? Lizzie, how'd I do? Alba says, why do we need to keep track of it? We all know it's going to stay at 0. No, I'm going to... At least that way you know. Okie dokie. Friends! So, let's get started. Only 20 minutes late with a little bit of lighting. I do need to put something over those though, otherwise I'm going to have dead eyes. I'll do that on break. Some like tracing paper or something. I've still got more lights to put up as well. So, just taking a little moment. Today, the news broke that Blizzard has suspended a Hearthstone player for visibly and vocally supporting the Hong Kong protests. Now, this happened on a live stream today, and during the interview, the individual who had won like the equivalent of 3,000 USD put on a mask and goggles similar to the style which protesters have been using currently in Hong Kong to avoid like tear gas and water, and said, "Liberate Hong Kong, revolution of our age." Now, the fallout of this was this particular player was suspended, has been banned from events for a year, has had their prize money taken away. But not only that, but the two shoutcasters who were interviewing him during this have both been fired, just outright. What happened a little while ago is Blizzard have also suspended their is it the Hearthstone? Let me just check to make sure I'm quoting it right. It's not the Blizzard, it's the Hearthstone. No, the Blizzard subreddit is now closed due to just the sheer amount of backslash. Now, I mean, take a moment to process that. Like, a person competing in an esports tournament made a statement about the political situation in Hong Kong and was immediately, like, super yeeted. Like, I know yeet is maximum fury, but, you know, this was Yote of the highest caliber. Now, why is this a big deal? Why is everybody angry? And why is this genuinely something that we need to be concerned about? Because, like, for all the conversations and stuff we had, like, why is this particular one terrifying? Well, Blizzard made this in response very, very quickly. And it doesn't take a genius... It does not take a genius to work out why. Blizzard make an inordinate amount of money in the Chinese territory. In mainland China, Blizzard makes money hand over fist. And the Chinese government are absolutely cracking down on individuals talking about this. I don't want to go too far off topic, but recently TikTok came under fire for censoring people who either spoke out about or joked about the Hong Kong riots. And the reason why Blizzard has come on this so fast is that the Chinese government can literally say, of their own volition, you are no longer allowed to do business on a country. Like, you can have your business license revoked like that. And because China is such a massive source of revenue for Blizzard as a company, or I should say ActiBliz, them losing the ability to do business in China, not just for Hearthstone, they wouldn't censor them at a project level, they would censor them at a company level. They would just say, you're banned. You are no longer allowed to, sell products in our country. Good night. And so Blizzard have seen this teeny tiny fire and have thrown themselves. I'm failing to open this wholeheartedly. I just want you to know. Actually, let's get some whimsy going in the background because we need to offset the sheer amount of redonkulous. So, in the general gaming sphere, there's a lot of discussion about censorship, about how games are, air quotes, censored. This is one of the biggest ways I have seen of genuine censorship of art. Because if Cidapan's saying this stuff makes me angry, I'm going to stand up for freedom of speech, and China has a way that makes me angry. So, for a start, there is no freedom of speech in China. You are not legally allowed to say things that aren't already pre-approved. I mean, I was talking about this earlier today, like, with Google helping install the Great Iron Firewall in China. Like, I'm gonna tell you a story from I'm gonna tell you a story from old times world, which was when I was a pisshead in central London. I was out in the Lash and I met a few students who were visiting over from mainland China, and I was wank. This was before I learned how to drink. So Will's all drunk, being like, "Yeah, you know what people really like? Edgy, cool humor about history." So I made a joke. I made a joke about Tiananmen Square and it being a terrible place to find parking. And both of these people just looked at me blankly. Because, at least as I understand it, from within China, unless you go outside of official channels, like outside of like main internet, finding out information about Tiananmen Square is almost impossible. Like, the government has removed it. Now, where this starts affecting us... Oh yeah, as Hindle's saying, Chinese government is a horror story.
I don't like the way you work it.
It's...
Were you bloody well dragged up? Because of this, I must be wary of your
It is something we need to take into consideration. Now, the reason why this affects us is that as America and Europe stop being the economic superpowers, where they stop being the main market for creative product, the country who does take that top spot, their culture will affect. And in China, the culture is decided by government. Like, it is a totalitarian communist state. You know, it's not a democratically voted anything. TSCTH says they didn't understand joke. Of course they didn't understand joke, because they didn't know what I was referencing in Tiananmen Square. Because to them, Tiananmen Square is just a part of is it Beijing?
Keep going. I say.
Now, hey, Amanda, good morning, hello. No, I am not at GameWorks. My tenure has come to an end there. I moved into here on Sunday. Sorry, this is gonna be really squeaky. My tenure as their resident streamer has come to an end. It was my decision to call it. They offered me an extension, but I kind of wanted to actually spend some time at home. You know what I mean? As I'm unfurling more lighting.
Born on the wrong side of the tracks.
Alright, I love you, Mr. B. We're just going to do a little bit of bants before we roll the music back out. Because one of the things that, as a child, I never understood is when the English handed Hong Kong back to the Chinese, I never understood why there were protests against that. Like, as a kid, I remember thinking like, yo, you know, if Britain took a part of a country, surely them getting it back is a good thing. Now, this is the point where I have to put my hand up and say, like, I am not an economist. I'm not versed in global politics. So a lot of this that I'm going to put forward now is as I understand it, and maybe incorrect. But by my understanding, one of the reasons why Hong Kong wanted to stay either with Britain or become independent was because it ended up being this, like, socio-economic hotbed. Like, all the money that was being generated from China was flowing through Hong Kong to a lot of Western companies. But Hong Kong as a region still maintained, like freedom. They still maintained the same kind of freedoms that we all have on the daily. You know, we don't have to worry about getting thrown into a fucking... Oh, okay. I'm not going to get into current, like, American and European politics, because that's a whole kettle of monkeys. But back in the 90s... Hong Kong had this wonderful kind of, like, I want to say utopian, like, that it became this little gateway. And as Anna's saying, Hong Kong is Hong Kong. Its origin is neither British nor Chinese, but a mix of both. Though I will say, the reason why Hong Kong became what it is because of, you know, Britain doing a war crime. If you don't know it, we wanted to buy tea from China, but China didn't want to buy anything from us. So we got them hooked on opium. And then they got mad at us because we got them hooked on opium. So we went, we'll fight you for it. Lamentably, England having superior navy, we kind of wrecked their stuff. But having no intentions of fighting a land war in China, because that's suicide, they took over a small island outside one of the main trade routes, which was Hong Kong. And then Britain claimed it. And then we gave it back in the 90s. Like, yeah. Doom Ninja says, it's not a war crime, like a 6. Okay, like, it's not a top tier, you know, it's not a top tier war crime, but it's up there, you know. England did the bad. We are not the only country that's done the bad, but oh, we've done the bad. DSCTH, I'm as shocked as you are that England did the bad. And I want to acknowledge that that's where that's a larger portion of Hong Kong's current identity, was them being essentially bolted to the English. Now, what that has resulted in... Oh god, this is going to be complicated. Alright, we're just going to deal with that lighting, and I'll grab some tracing paper or something later. That's a lot of lighting, I'll put that up later. Hindle says, no one builds an empire without being a bad guy. Absolutely. And one of the things that we do have to understand is that sometimes, historically, good people do terrible things. And sometimes, terrible things result in better situations, you know? We're going to use the Romans because it's easier and there's less, you know, there's slightly less effect on current politics. But, you know, the Roman colonization and then conquest of England is a fascinating thing whereby if they hadn't, you know, the UK would have been very technologically behind everyone else. But because it's of a lot of the regions, it was the one that was colonized the most and conquered the least. Even though there were rebellions and there was some horrible stuff the Romans did to the British populace. Like, they were essentially, like, either, like, assimilated or annihilated. Like, if we look at the path that Rome put England on, that would then result on it becoming the country that it is. Yeah, I know, TSCTH. The Roman Empire also did a bad. So it's one of those things where we do need to, at the same time, acknowledge England did a bad, but England doing a bad resulted in Hong Kong being its own little thing, its own little bastion of democracy in an area that is now very, very scary. Hey, Beadora with the Viking raid of 1. Oh, Earl saying, funny thing about the British territory thing. Not sure if it's important or not, but due to the translation error, the British turned over Hong Kong to China. The 99-year treaty was meant to say for all time. Absidipan says a necessary evil is what you're describing. No, it's not necessary evil. Like, Rome didn't conquer England to help them. I'm sure a lot of people involved in that did, but Rome was just looking to expand its empire, increase its earnings, increase its power, increase its manpower, usual kind of stuff. Like, Rome tried to take over. Steel Fox with, alright, but apart from sanitation, medicine, education, wine, public order, irrigation roads, fresh water system, public health, what have the Romans ever done for us? Ark said, England did a lot of bad uns in China. No, absolutely. We are not, and we are not glossing over those, but I just wanted to give like a little bit of context for how Hong Kong became so independent, comparable to a lot of the rest of China. It's also worth saying that, like, while, like, information control of what does and doesn't come out of China is very well controlled by the government. Like, if you search for, you know, anything on daily life in China, you will see a lot of stuff from Beijing. You'll see a lot of stuff from a lot of the main, like, economic hubs and trade cities. Like, getting actual cohesive information about mainland China is pretty hard. Vice have done some, like, deep dives. They've sent some people in, and again, I also want to make a little line in the sand when we have these kind of discussions, that there is a world of difference between the government entity of China and the Chinese people. Like, I just want to say this. Yeah, Mecha Noel, we are talking about the Blizzard stuff. Now, and Ica, what, old friend? Ica says, I love the opium wars were started over some illegal smugglers not getting their money. Simplify a bit. Yeah, like World War I was started over one bloke wanting a ham sandwich. You know, history's hilarious. Theodore says that the last horrible rumors from China are close to true. I applaud the bravery and desperation that caused people to revolt. Yeah. Now, where this becomes important to us in our daily lives, where this becomes a thing that we need to think about and we just talk about, Blizzard, one person spoke out on one stream, who is a pro player in Hearthstone, spoke out in support of the Hong Kong riots, the Hong Kong protests, whatever they're being discussed, which has been going on for like weeks now. and Blizzard immediately banned him, took his money, and fired both of the hosts on the stream that were involved. Now, Blizzard, as a company, does not think that that China is good. They do not think the Hong Kong protesters are bad. I have no sources for this, and I can quote nothing, but I can say that, you know, a company in California making video games about wizards and elves is not going to be pro-totalitarian government. However, Blizzard has a long history with the Chinese government, including a special version of World of Warcraft that removed a lot of content that the Chinese government deemed immoral or censored. I mean, the famous one was removing all the... Oh, hello! The famous one was then removing the bones from the undead. So the undead in World of Warcraft China, their flesh covers where there used to be like raw bones. They only have skeletons. Chinese government decided that. Like, that is some straight up censorship. And now, Blizzard absolutely do not want to risk losing their... Yeah! You brought me a pastry! Aww. River was in here for a little while. How you doing?
I'm good. How's it going, guys?
It's going good. I stuck it to the wall.
Cool.
I need to put some paper over it because it's really glaring.
Yeah, that's why I put paper over mine.
Because you're smart.
Yeah.
Do you have any paper I can steal?
I have toilet paper.
I'm not putting feckin' bog roll over me feckin' IKEA lights. What do you think I am? Although, Gerald's like, Fiona! TSCTH says, my queen! Lizzie says, thank you to the queen for feeding Will. Lizzie, I had breakfast today. I got up. I had breakfast.
He did.
I actually did. Now, I'm going to eat a Danish whilst we're talking about the totalitarian government affecting video games. So Katros, I need to put my hand up and say I don't actually know a lot about Chinese history. I do have a copy of Total War 3 Kingdoms, and I'd love to tear into it at some point in the winter where we can discuss, where I can learn about especially the Romance in the Three Kingdoms period. Now, Joey back in, Mechanoel says I'm going to understand appropriately getting banned. The firing the casters, who are trained to getting out of view of the camera is what baffles me. In the end, Blizzard put out a message saying China's money is more important than the people working for them. Absolutely. And this is where we need to, if you want to have any kind of ire against whoever made that decision at Blizzard, and again, we must remember that a company is not a great faceless blob. There are lots of people working on lots of different projects. And unfortunately, we may never find out who it was that made that knee-jerk reaction. But what has happened is because of fear of losing a revenue stream in a totalitarian communist state, Blizzard has chosen to side with that government. They have chosen to ban this person. They've chosen to fire people involved. They have shut down the Reddit. They've removed the discussion in that platform because of fear. Now, Blizzard aren't worried about people saying, I will never buy your products again. At least not right now. They may be in a couple of weeks. Also, One Ron, Kisa, everyone who's just coming in, what ho, friend? Max says, so wait. So this is a Brit in America, eat a Danish while discussing China. Got it. Not at all confusing. Mal, did you ever do Romance in the Three Kingdoms period? One Ron says, oh gosh, the Blizzard talk. Yes. So Ron, we've discussed why Hong Kong is such a little hot plate at the moment. And we've discussed what led to it being very, very independent. And now I want to talk about the effect that the investment from these companies has. Fiona's like, I don't mean to alarm you. There's a strange Englishman in my back room. So, the thing that Blizzard fears is losing their business license. As we saw with the detention devs, China basically destroyed them. One Winnie the Pooh joke that was hidden in pack files that was found and then posted on the internet, Chinese government went, no. That game was pulled from Steam. Now, Valve never released a statement about it, but it was pulled from Steam. And then a few weeks later, the company's business license was removed. Much like Blizzard. Okay, Valve could afford to lose China as a region. They probably won't because it's still a big money maker for them. They probably want to actively avoid it. You know, Blizzard wouldn't. Valve wouldn't support an indie game over losing the Chinese market. Right now, Blizzard would probably lose like a quarter, maybe even a third of their yearly revenue if they lost China. Oh, jumping back into chat. Asari says, can you ask the Gerblin Fiona what she'd like as a gift from the UK? Aww. Hey, come on.
Yeah, come on.
You're backing up. You're backing up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look who's here. Yes. Obsidipan's gonna be very happy. Night Venom's like, Doggo! Send in the Doge. You've got a fan. Obsidipan's like, wherever. So let's see if we can. If I put it over here, can you see a little bit of river? I need like a little rotatey. I'll get like a rotatey stand or something. How about that?
Here you go. Here you go.
Oh, little cuddlies. Hey, Flaccid, how you doing? So Asari Greenfire would like to ask you, Fiona, what you would like from the UK. If you could have like a chocolate bar or a thing, what is one thing that Greenfire could send across?
I mean, I still have to work through what I got 2 months ago.
Yeah, we're still working through Beadora's stash.
Not even just Beadoros, but Tully's.
Oh god, yeah.
We still have so much stuff.
Oh god, I haven't even started on
River
party rings.
probably needs some Watsits.
Watsits are always welcome because that's one of the few things. River's not a foodie as a dog, but loves Watsits.
Loves Watsits.
TSCTH would like to ask if the doggo's full name is River Song.
It is.
Also, Iron Imp, everybody, how are you doing? Iron Imp's like, hey, I tuned into something Chinese market companies? Yeah, we're talking about Blizzard.
Here, I show.
Yeah, little name's River Song. Alan's is like, God, spoilers!
I was gonna say, if they're in Ireland, I'd love some taco sauce.
Thank you.
River.
So, Ehrman, I'm not putting this forward as a counter to what you're saying. We got dog and, like, international. And I don't mean this as a counterpoint, but it wouldn't just be a case that their board would be like, oh, you lost the Chinese market, you've done it bad. So much money comes through China. Like, imagine how many layoffs they would have to do to maintain stability. Like, ma'am, no. All right, you get to be at a jaunty angle for a bit. TSCTH says, why are you eating my people? Because you're so damn delicious.
No, River! Come here! No!
One Ron's like, Will, step aside. The real show's behind you. I know. No, Ehrman, and that's a really good thing to think about, that there are more repercussions for this than are immediate and obvious. We do need to be aware of this, and we do need to understand that as China becomes more and more the dominant market, video game companies are going to have to make that call of whether or not they want to piss off this huge market, or whether or not they want to stand for the creativity they want to create, where they want to stand for the things they want to put forward. What I want to... Oh, Vanderbeek's like, Mom, you're embarrassing me on stream!
There's you, huh?
Where's this
No,
dog go?
stay.
Keith is like, River is pure baby. You are a cuddle monster. You're an absolute cuddle monster. So...
We just see how long it goes.
Okay.
Hold on, guys. Trying to help.
And Fiona's basically making like a little diffuser. Oh, where did we put the dots for sticking stuff up?
There were no dots.
All the dots, many whelps.
We got the
Oh, that's in the little box
putty.
there. The putty is in the box.
Okay.
And yes, Dismook, River is best girl. And Rosen, Watto friend.
Gonna do a quick little thing. So actually, you take this side. You go.
Alright, bear with us just a second, friends.
Triage.
It's not quite a pizza box ring light, but it's up there.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Oh. Okay. Alright, let's... Hold
see.
on. Keep hold. Ah!
Hold.
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 There's TP everywhere.
It works.
One Ron's like, is that a happy birthday banner? It's not. My birthday was far more shark themed. Alright.
Alright.
Temporary stopgap.
How do I look? There we go. How's that, friends? Fiona built me basically a budget diffuser. And tells me I shall. Yes. Yes. I'm just told I have to...
I mean, it's how I diffuse. There you go.
Hello, you. Hello. What do you think? What do you think about the Chinese market, River? What do you
Think about the Chinese market.
What do you think about the effect of the Chinese market on creative video games? River's like, that's... Dismook says he looked 5% less pale. Strong. Okay. So let's not labor this point too hard. It's a tricky one. I guess what I'm saying is that companies like Blizzard need to either diversify revenue streams. They can't keep doing these like billion dollar standalone products. They've got to be able to stand alone in their home regions, because I do not see the situation in China getting better. Like, as their populace becomes more educated and more aware of the freedoms that everyone else has, eventually that will implode. And that's when governments get scary, especially totalitarian. Like, the lockdowns will continue and continue. If companies like Blizzard continue to do this like brute force AAA development style, where you just throw more money at a thing to make it bigger, they're going to become reliant on having this, like, you know, these billion-dollar incomes, which they're not going to be able to sustain in the US or in the UK. TSCTH says, what do you think about the Chinese government's effect on the freedom of speech in computer games? River does a sad, like, ooh. No, she has resting sad face,
Yeah.
which melts my tiny heart.
Here, scooch that way. See, let people see you, River. You're so cute. There you go.
So I'm saying, at the risk of sounding out of the loop, is it the Chinese investors' state-censored content concerns bleeding into their Western investments the potential problem? Well, this is what has happened today. Is like, a company has censored an individual at one of their events for fear of losing their revenue stream from China. Stompy saying the question is, if that's actually the case so far, they've managed to evade the middle income trap, as it's called. I mean, then you're getting onto a level of economics that I don't understand. So I don't want to comment on, because I'm just going to sound like an asshole. Moose says, I do wonder if that's the motive behind what they're trying to pull in Hong Kong. You mean that this is why they're clamping down on it so hard, is the fear that this could be the cascade of, you know, their populace demanding personal freedoms? Dash is adding, oh yeah, their evil social network is one thing. Yeah, I mean, it's possible that considering how they've used technology, they may be able to stay one step ahead. The social network thing is called Sesame Credit, and it ranks how good a citizen you are via social media. Yeah, and the better a citizen you are, the more likely you are to get loans or be approved for overseas travel. But here's where it gets sinister, like even more so. Your score is affected by who you're friends with. So if I have a shit score and you're my friend, I bring your score down. You're numerically encouraged not to be my friend. So if I'm running around being like, smash the state, free Tibet, and you're friends with me, your score will go down, which could affect you fiscally. So you unfriend me, and therefore creating like a little like isolationist, yeah, a fiscal engineering of social bubbles. That's what's happening in China. You want to know who's paying for that one? Tencent, who owns more of the video games industry in the US and UK than anyone else.
Huh.
So yeah, I don't know if Sesame Credit's been rolled out yet. One run with free Tibet with one purchase of Tibet of equal or greater value. God. So Stompy's saying that the middle income trap is your economy climbs rapidly. What was that?
A tin.
Your economy climbs rapidly due to low wage manufacturing, but that immense growth is unsustainable due to your raising wages actually making you less attractive to outside investors. Well, the advantage that we have in the video games industry is we don't actually have to spend anything on resources or materials. You could make a video game anywhere that you have power and internet. Like, you don't need like a lead belt to produce tiny miniatures. You don't need like a manufacturing plant for like clothes and things like that. You can make them anywhere in the world. And the only cost, really, aside from like a little bit of hardware, is people. So diversification of projects is the idea that instead of producing, instead of producing Destiny, you produce 4, like mid to low tier products that will potentially do less. Because the brute force approach, like, when making video games, the more people you add, the more people you need to make it work. It's this self-sustaining prophecy. For every 10 people, you need 1 producer. So if you have 800 people, well, that's a lot of producers. Then you have 80 producers. And then who's overseeing all of those? But you want to increase your visual fidelity, but you've already got 800 people who are used to making games in a certain way, so what do? Buy more people. Suddenly, you got 2,000 people across 3 countries making one game, and if it doesn't sell 1 trillion copies, everyone dies the end. Beador says, "Aw, I misheard that. Thought I could order myself a Destiny." You can. It's free on Steam. I think I downloaded it. It's not a today game, but it's not a today game, but it's definitely one we will be playing. Also, someone just linked me that there have been a few quiet rebellions inside Blizzard today. At the on one of the Blizzard statues in-house, someone has covered up the both Think Globally and Every Voice Matters on their kind of like their big wheel of values, which is a nice little like I mean, do you know what's messed up? Is that in some regards, rather than people boycotting Blizzard, what would be great right now is if European and US consumers doubled down on spending. As in a, feck you, you don't need China. Like, essentially create a situation where Blizzard could look at their earnings and be like, actually, we can kind of afford to lose the totalitarian evil state.
What is that?
Yes. Oh, River no like totalitarian evil state. No. River against fascism.
Nobody can hear the little growl she just did, but it was really cute. She went, ugh.
Yeah, and Stompy's saying the problem is that needs to be the message. Inymph says an aka boycott. Oh, I like it. Because the thing is, a mass boycott in the US and UK regions wouldn't really be visible until their quarterly earnings. So they're not even going to look at it for a few months, right? Obviously, their community teams and their in-house are all going to know about it. But no one's really going to be talking about it for months. And then when they look at it, they'll be like, this quarter, our earnings in Europe and the US are way down, but our earnings in China are way up. All hail our new, communist overlords. Right?
You keep looking at me for some reason.
I don't know, I just like having you here. I like talking to you. Steelbox got a good point, but no one likes the idea of saying, hey, you did a bad, here's some money. I don't know. TSCTH.
Baby shark.
Tiny. Did you all see this? This was the tiny shock that Tuna Taco gave me. Look at his little face! Look at his little face! So yeah. You know, I don't want to go full teeny tiny tinfoil hat, but Tencent is one of the biggest investors in Western video games right now, and loads of people are fiscally relying on a very big Chinese company to make their video games. And whether or not that ends up being a very, very good thing or a very bad thing, we don't know. We talked about this before, that there are two schools of thought. One that says that Tencent is looking to control the Western games market. There is another school of thought that says Tencent is terrified of the Chinese government and is essentially building like 1 million tiny lifeboats. So if China ever goes, Tencent, you done, Tencent's like, peace out, we got Riot! Like, jump into the lifeboats and book it to America. So, Beadora, the reason why we haven't discussed South Korea today is South Korea is a democratic country. Like, they have elections. They're real cool. They love video games. They're great. They blast, I love this, they blast K-pop across the DMZ into North Korea to inspire them to freedom. It is someone's job to maintain a K-pop playlist that they blitz across the no man's land between North and South Korea. The idea being is that through the medium of K-pop, that they can inspire the citizens of North Korea to be like, wait, what's this music? It's real catchy. Can we have that? No, because we're a totalitarian state. But K-pop. Weaponized K-pop. Sorry. That's one of my favorite little stories. Tiny tangent. Rhymes and Moose, that is a very good point. China has been messing with Tencent a lot. I mean, we've seen it in their gaming business, but the way it was explained to me by someone who was a bit more clued in is over the last like 4 or 5 years, basically 2 super companies have risen up, and those have been Tencent and Alibaba, and they've been butting heads over who's going to be like the super giant. I know we talk a lot about Amazon and Google and companies like that, but you know, they mid-tier. The real power players are up here. And one theory was that the Chinese government was worried that Tencent's strength and reach would extend beyond. And that last year, the Chinese government kept going, no, you're not allowed to release any games in here. In fact, every game that you have proposed that you want a license to release here, no, they're all on hold for 6 months. We're going to release other people's games, but... Oh yeah, so there's another thing. Any game released in China has to be approved by the government. Like... So yeah, if I ever get a little grumpy at the tiny baboos in the games industry are like, oh, they covered up that girl's nipples. That's a censorship. Oh no! And be like, yo. Whenever companies here take a choice to to do or do not change things, that's pretty much theirs or the consumer's choice. I find the concept of cancelling culture or cancel culture is pure fallacy. Yes, if the consumer base really despises a creator of a project, then oh boy, they're gonna riot. But that is entirely their freedom, in the same way that it is that creator's freedom to put it forward. Now, that's not freedom from consequence. I'm not usually the cursing type, but I do think that talk shit, get hit is
You're
also...
not the cursing type.
I
Not
try
the
not to.
cursing type, my ass.
But Beta was like, every game needs to be approved. I wonder if that means they got more or less hentai games. I mean... Oh, Earl saying, do you mind if I post an article? Oh, every game company that Tencent is invested in. I'll go for it. Now, in the US, in, almost all of Europe, like, we do have freedom of speech. That doesn't mean freedom of consequence. You know, if you tell someone to their face that they're a horrible, you know, shite lord of misplaced bones and they smack you upside the head, like, that's not your freedom of speech being oppressed. If you make a video game with underage girls wearing horrifically skimpy clothing and people go, that's creepy and weird and gross, those people criticizing that's not censorship. That's not suppressing one's freedom of speech. That's, you did it bad. Like, don't do that. There was a small time during, I want to say the 90s, where a bunch of comic creators got thrown in jail for the indecency. That's government censorship. Like, but discussing whether or not every video game protagonist should be a boring jar of mayonnaise with an undershave and with his jacketed back to the back of the game's cover being like, oh, I'm a brooding jar of mayonnaise. My backstory is also mayonnaise. Like, criticizing that is not censorship on. This whole thing with Blizzard, this is the scary real. And, I mean, feckin' hell, there's a little part of me, I don't want to see what happens to the person who does it, but someone on Riot's channel, if someone working for Riot stood up and went, free Hong Kong, what do you think would happen to that person? You know what I'm saying? Reflective says, wait, you aren't a brooding jar of mayonnaise? No, Reflective, I am an Olive Garden starter. I am breadsticks wrapped in ham.
Don't call yourself that.
Doom Ninja's like, they'd be dead. They'd disappear. Ron said, you said brooding. Alright, forgiven. Rhymesmooth says, what happens if Riot has a pro-Hong Kong walkout? Right? Because they're entirely owned by a Chinese company. And China is their main, the people who make League of Legends.
Ooh, that could be bad.
Right? Right? But it's an American company. Nom Nom Fighter said, how did it feel to break your breadsticks on that sign? I mean, I was trash drunk, so I didn't feel a thing until the next day. Iron Imp says, Olive Garden is the true creepypasta. Oh, I love you guys. Thelsby, what I mean is that Riot is based in the US. Antonari Wells says, hey Fiona.
Hi. No, he's okay. You stay here. I'm going to stay here.
Oh, Night Venom says Blizzard Hong Kong had a walkout a while ago and the government was not happy about that. So, yeah. If you take anything away from today's news, just that we do need to be aware of where the money goes. We do need to be aware that, especially at AAA stage, at AAA level, like, we don't know where it's going to go. We don't know how it's going to pan out. Steel Fox, what do you mean you have no idea how I broke my hand? Literally, that we have a command on Nightbot so you can find out. And this is something that we're going to need to take into consideration because so far I have not seen a lot of AAA companies who have really diversified how they make games. And eventually, excuse me, cheeky T-burps. Eventually we're going to hit a point where just regular revenue's not enough. Ron says, I've got to hand it to you, Will. Whap whap. Right. So let's get some tunes going. I think we've hit this nail on the head. If anyone has any thoughts, if anyone has any comments or feels, also J Crips and a bunch of people who've come in, Watto and welcome. If you have any comments, thoughts, or feels, throw them in. Like I think I've bantered the things that I wanted to talk to you about. I do think that like Blizzard have either they've got to work smarter, not harder, and become less dependent on a very, very volatile market. Oh, and one Ron, thank you for stopping in. We were talking this for like an hour, so thank you for your time, friend.
I say, chumrades.
So yeah.
On my way to the club the other day, this chappie stops me and says, I don't quite like
Theodora said, last night tonight had an interesting China video. It did. And that was about China's one-child policy. But, hey, Van der Beest. Oh, I didn't see Stompy took... That's how distracted I've been. I didn't see Stompy took over Yarn of the Day. Right, Mecha Noel says, I don't think they need to punish the player as hard as they did. No. And the reason they went to the full extent was to be seen. Like, it wasn't about what was just and what was fair. They wanted to make sure that if anyone from the Chinese government found out about this, that they saw that Blizzard was immediately like, no, we yeeted this guy into space with the full force that we had to our availability, and we fired the guys he was talking to. Like, and if that doesn't sound like the kind of thing that someone would have to do if they were working for a literal maniacal villain, like, yo. So Alna says, I have to say that I like this deeper dive on the story, exploring the background, economical and social, and political roots of the story. Perhaps the best take going. Thank you. I think these things are important. Like, I cannot, right now, Blizzard standing up for that guy would have probably been like fiscal suicide. That doesn't make Blizzard right, and that doesn't mean we should forgive them for what they for this little show. It's just being able to have the full picture and understand where it came from and why Blizzard is so afraid of the Chinese government. Like, and then you understand why they just destroyed this guy. You know, I kind of feel like films like the Fifth Element. It's not the bloke you're talking to that is the true evil. It is a force that you do not know and do not understand that is operating in a way that you may not be aware of. You know what I'm saying? Shackle said, Blizzard made a political statement of this. They may not have wanted to, but they intentionally said so the Chinese government would see the statement being made. Absolutely. I 100% agree with you, Shackle. And, you know, yeah. I'm entirely in agreement. Squarepeg says, what are your thoughts? The break-in at Valve. It wasn't me and you can't prove it. I only went there once. No, I'm amazed someone managed it 4 times and then sold the stuff to GameSpot. Like, the person was clearly, I don't know, like a cleaner or something who knew that there was money but didn't know.
Lower the sail. Let's make sure we give them a warm welcome. Yes, yeah.
And yeah, Alnus, you're correct that there's a spectrum of responses they could have had. They could have PR'd the crap out of this, but that takes time. Because the thing is, like, operating at the level that that statement needed to be at, you need approval from multiple people at multiple channels. Like, if you're the CM that saw that clip, it is not your call to make. You don't get to fire that guy. You don't get to make a statement about the Chinese government. The only thing that would get you is very, very, very fired. Like triple fired. Also, if you haven't heard this track, this is Professor Elemental's This Means War, which I helped organise. This is a crossover track with Total War. So there we go. Righty.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
It has been a bloody good year, Murder Smile.
Bloody has. God, that sneeze was incredibly ill-timed. Jedi Master Killer, how are you doing? Happy 12 months, feckin' legend. Looking pretty styling there. Oh. Aiko was like, don't die now. Well, I'm fine. Aula says, not just your band. It could have been a warning. They could have said it doesn't reflect our views. Yeah. So Aula's like, this was actively to that regard, and I feel that they feared a situation happening where the Chinese government might have stepped in, and they were like, yeah, nah, we can't have that. That's very exceptionally bad. So, yeah. Alright, I feel we've covered that entirety. If you're wondering what the Valve question was about, some guy broke into Valve HQ like 4 times and then sold all the stuff at a feckin' local GameStop. Yeah, broke into Valve 4 times and sold the stuff at a game store feckin' somewhere in Washington. What are you doing?
Break open the ales, torch the other ship, and fetch me a biscuit. My scurvy's acting up. Onwards to steampunk for glory.
Also, one thing I think I'm going to do in the game's news channel is I'm going to start saying dupe if someone double posts the same thing. Because in QA, if someone posts the same bug that you've posted, that's called a dupe, and that's a faux pas. I might start doing it in games news just to add like a little like gaming challenge to it. Yeah. Hello, Rimmer. Hang out. Make a little spot for yourself.
Seems someone has been biting me.
True. You the true hero.
Fetch me my trousers at once.
It's so adorable.
Those are my time travel trousers. Those are my tea
All right.
trousers. That's it. Those ones. My fighting trousers.
Alna says, only if we can do so the same in the memes channel. Oh, yeah. Duplicate memes. I think we could start doing that. That'd be fun.
Dear sir, regarding your recent foray into the rap business and the
Dash says, I stopped reporting bugs to projects that get pissy about dupe reports. Oh no, Dash, like, if you're coding or if you're external, that's fine. If you're in the trenches, QA style, and someone's trying to dupe your stuff, Rothar, feckin' thank you. Rothar threw in 168 bits, which I'm exceptionally grateful for. Brotober in real. Spending the last of my bits. After reaching 12 months, I'll probably be gone for a while. Both lack of time and lack of money. Well, Rothar, you don't need to spend cash to be here. Like, okay, yes. This is entirely funded. Like, this is all thanks because of you lot throwing bits at my dumb face. Like, fecking thank you. But come hang out when you can. You don't need to eat bits to be a part of this. So I haven't decided. So as we've been talking about serious and post-based things, there is a game I'd like to show you all for a while that I think you'll all kind of enjoy. So the game is called Kind Words, and basically we write nice letters to people. That's it. The game is basically a shared experience where people write down their fears. They write down what is affecting them and they put it forward. So would you all be down for let's spend some time and help some people? Stompy said give me this game. Let me see if it's on Humble, if you don't mind me being a monstrous shill. Nightbellen said time to cry. I don't know if Kind Words is, and hopefully it hasn't been subverted, you know what I mean? Oh, this is the point where I find out it's actually like a free game on Steam or something. Oh no, it's okay. No, it's it's $4. All right, so it's not. All right, so let me redeem this key. Let's get that installed and let's go for it. I don't know if Fiona's in chat right this moment. Oh no, they definitely are. Definitely are. Giving Fiona some sass. Lily Longbean, what ho friends? We are going to go help some people. We're going to be playing a game called Kind Words, which I actually believe was a recommendation by Beadora, because I nearly missed it. Arden says Kind Words is a Humble published game. Hang on, let me just activate it first. See if I can find it. Vanderbeest, thank you for refilling the pint glass.
Someone has been biting me. Fetch me my trousers at once.
Where?
No, not those. Those are my time travel trousers.
Have Kind Words?
Those are my tea trousers.
I do not.
That's it. Those ones.
What?
My fighting trousers.
Alright, let me just make sure. Alright, we might not be doing Kind Words because apparently my key is a duplicate.
Dear sir, regarding your recent foray
Yeah, duplicate.
Business and the scene you portray. See, I don't normally approve of war games, but he's biting is what they all say. And by Harry.
Alright, bear me a second, I just gotta.
This is hip hop, not an Elvis night. Shelve this professor impersonation. Let it end now, it's impertinent waiting.
Alright. So friends, we're gonna have to do something else. Keymailer has sent me a dud key.
Cause that's not proper, just not cricket. Put away your ukulele or I'll tell you where to stick it.
That's a
Don't
bite.
like your tweet, sir. Will teach you the professor's ready. Not. Let's see who strikes the loudest. Lou. Put on my fighting trousers. I've got super producers and fans that play me. You have a granddad's moustache and a ukulele. Don't look around, sir. I'm speaking to you. Roll up your shirt sleeves. Queensbury rules. Never test professors with the cleverest wits. Let's settle this like gentlemen.
Sorry,
with
bear with me
heavy
just a
sticks.
second,
On
dear
rotating
friends.
plate
Bear with me
with
just a
spikes
second.
like Flash Gordon. And you're Peter Duncan. I gave you fair warning. When this George Formby clone is performing, audiences go home before he begins talking. A new career might be more rewarding. I'm a bright Brighton peer. Your rap's Piers Morgan. I don't like your tweet, sir. Will teach you the professor's ready. Not. Let's see who strikes the loudest. Lou. Put on my fighting trousers. I've not seen you at ciphers or workshops with kids or gigs, dear sir.
Vanderby says, you know, the club doesn't require a key. Yes, we're going back to the club on Saturday before sober. So that's going to be a
Get ruined again. Be out, Mr. B. I set the egg timer. There's not room in town for two gentlemen rhymers. Leave town by the end of this instrumental. Yours, etc., etc. Sincerely and so forth, Professor Elemental. I don't like your tweet, sir. Will teach you the professor's ready.
Let me see if I got a quick contact.
Let's see who strikes the loudest. Lou, put on my fighting trousers. Sorry, I'm sorry, Jeffrey, but it gets my goat. Gets my dander right up. It's bloody told him. No jazz solo. This is supposed to be a diss song. Jeffrey, get off the drums.
Well, that is a pain in the butt. That is an exceptional pain in the butt. Why would they send out keys that have already been used? Like, don't do that.
You are about to witness the extent of my cricket knowledge.
Anyway.
Straight out of Surrey, a gentleman rhymer
I do love a bit of silly chat pop. I also want to say, Arden says Discord me on the way. What are you up to? What are you up to, Arden? Yeah, so I wanted to say, firstly, Beckon, thank you all for some decent Beckon banters around this kind of topic. It is nice that we can get into the roots of projects and discussions like this without getting too grisly. On lighter news, the PlayStation 5 is going to drop holiday 2020. So in a year and a bit, there is going to be a new PS, which they confirmed in a blog post with no details other than. So I have a feeling that for the PS5, they're going to attempt to do what they did PS2, which is kind of like destroy the competition with game theory ahead of time.
But you don't dare chuck at me, for when I'm at the crease, it'll be a duck. I'll keep bearing my arms straight, I'll never chuck.
Featuring a new controller with haptic technology and adaptive triggers.
Dear boy, I'm batting straight out for Surrey. Sorry.
Megadol says, I really liked my tabletop game because I was running into an issue with it. D20s were too swingy. Okay.
Straight out of Surrey, I attack the ball with vigor.
Dark Thumbsoup said that's a lie. There was a direct link to the Wired article with new controller.
I've mounted on the scoreboard to show this. I don't really mind if you don't rate these chaps for their country. They got 100 caps, it's like burglary, a definition of batting. With a legal straight arm, I'll send you packing. I'll whack another boundary in a minute. I find a gap in the outfield.
I'm trying to find this.
So if you're on a deck chair in the front row, you best watch yourself because over they go. You might get
I couldn't find any links to like actual visuals of the new controller. What it does, there's one screenshot of a racing game doing it, and honestly, it looks like every other racing game.
Not the right hand, I'm the hand itself. Every time I pull
Shackles as well. If they want the PS2 to go the way the PS5 to go the way the PS2, backwards compatibility would be a great step. That was one of the brilliant moves Sony made with that generation. They did. It's one Nintendo still do. God bless them. I guess the Switch didn't have that element, but definitely like, you know, the old kind of like Game Boy to Game Boy Color to GBA, GBA to DS, DS to 3DS, like.
Sorry.
But let us all remember, PlayStation are great at promising us features. Doesn't really mean a hill of beans, you know what I'm saying? The PlayStation 2 was meant to have full modem compatibility out of the box. That did not happen. It did not happen. Tulsa, did you get something on Steam? I did not. I did not. Oh, Beckett. Thank you kindly. I did just get sent a copy of Kind Words. You fucking legends! Fucking legends, thank you. Alright, we're gonna help some people out. Arden, was that you? It does get very confusing for those of you that have a different Steam, Discord, and Twitch name. But yeah. I now have a copy of, so I'm installing it. And we're gonna help some people. Alright. You heckin' legend! Relu! We're gonna help some people. Alright. As much as I love this track, I'm just gonna... that was Now Hiring featuring Schaefer the Dark Lord, of whom I'm a massive, massive fan. Right. So we're gonna switch this up to Kind Words. Gonna move this over here. You're probably just gonna use main screen. Hopefully main screen doesn't have too much in the way of problems. Just doing some hype spins. Nah, we good? We were having this problem yesterday where because of the sheer amount of layers I had going on with my main, there was a little bit of stuttering, but I've managed to fix that. Right. Although if you do see any visual stuttering, do let me know. So, Ardoon, thank you kindly. I do want to say the reason we're getting to play this is because Ardoon just sent me through a copy, so feckin' yo. Oh yeah, Martin, I'm trying out the new library beta, and I really like it. So, if you're wondering what the... Oh, God. Very loud. Yeah, Thelmsby and everybody, I'm very, very sorry. That scared the wee out of me too. For a game that's called Chill Beats. Kind words mean volume. Anyway, okay, so if you're not familiar with the premise of this game, we are basically going to be writing letters to people to help them out. Like, after discussing all the evils of the world and all the mischief, we're going to actively do some good. It's a deer! So, hello, I'm Ella, and I'm new in town. I am your new male deer. Not male deer, male deer. Yes. Wait, I'm your first male deer? Well, my job is to carry letters back and forth between people who need cheering up. Which is only everybody. Because everybody gets sad or scared. Happens to the best of us, yo. I'm even a little bit nervous about my new job here. You should be. We've been playing Ark. Shackle!
I thought male deer were called bugs.
Imagine my surprise. Shackle, thank you for the 200, you feckin' ledge. Oh, and 3 of you just got cute little emotes to go with. I don't suppose you'd write me an encouraging note, please? Then I'd deliver it to myself and I'd feel better about my job. Alright. Dear, I'm so excited for you. Deer. What was the deer's name? Was it Ella? Ah, Shackle Draconis, you're right. Jaron, you're right. Shackle has ninja'd in there with a kitty y'all. Dear Ella, I find your hat to be stylish, your gait to be whimsical. Oh man, I'm gonna have so many typos in this. And your floof to be of the highest floofiness. Kind regards, the Longship. Do you mind if I sign a few of these? Oh yeah, and I'm gonna misspell the hell out of these. If we spend the day trying to work out spelling mistakes, then we will be here till eternity and hell freezes over. Oh, Alnus, dear. Such floof, must have. Send tweet. Okay. So it says, before I register you with a post office, I need to make a couple of things super clear. Kind Words is full of real people talking about real problems. This is not a place for mean jokes, bullying, or flippant responses. Also, this isn't a place to meet people. Don't share any identifying details or links. I do what I can to keep it a safe, caring place, but I'm only one deer. Yeah, Dismook, we're gonna do some wholesome gaming. Like, you know, we spent most of the morning talking about, you know, Blizzard and Hong Kong and all that situation, but sometimes it's better to be a direct force for good, even if it's just in one person's life, and that's what we're going to do today. You may run into jerks or some bad advice. Please report them. If you're ready to be kind and receive kindness in return, please sign here. Viking Blonde. I'll sign that for myself. Nice to meet you, Viking Blonde. Give me a second to register you with the post office. We found that you're an illegal alien. You will now need to spend 10 deer months getting your deer license sorted. Enjoy! Alright, now, if you want letters, we have to do is ask for them. Maybe you're worried about something, like I was with this job. It can be scary, but don't be afraid to ask people for help. Stubby says, right, I'm definitely in this game, this is my jam. Do you have a creative code or something? I couldn't find a link on Humble. And Casual says, so much for floof. Very fuzzy, also adorable rivers in the background. Help, inbox, seriously, request. Or, here we go. How's that? Friendos, how's their music level? How's it sounding now? It shouldn't be as like, but if people send through alerts, and I will be working on alerts. Actually, that's another thing I should say to you, friends. We're in this new space. This is our space. Like, we get to do with this. We get to do with this as we want, and so I'm going to be building a better lighting space up here. I'm slowly going to be putting up all the things that you lot have all sent. If you ever want to send any dorkish stuff, you know, you are more than welcome. Yeah, oh, you know what? I am not in the process of asking for things, even if they are cheap, so... Like I was saying, the music's still pretty loud. Cool, I can change that. How's that? Vihidoro says, so basically warnings for more fan art. Moo says, if you're in the Humble Monthly subscribers in the Trove, okay. I mean, Humble Monthly is usually pretty rote. So it's only directly available on Steam. Okay, so. Oh, wow. So, that's requests. Make a request. Say nice things. Okay. Wow, and there's actually a mental health resources.
I demand you ask for things. Causey I nibble.
Do you mean I asked for it? Alright. Quasi, thank you for the 300 bits. Alright. Friendos, if you ever send little letters or little drawings or any of the stuff, like, I keep it all. And it will all go up on the walls here. I promise you that much. Alright? Like, I am slowly putting everything up. Like, I finished building the desk way later last night than I intended. And I haven't put out all the little things, but like, you know, like the ones that Theodora sent. Still got a box of them there. The incredible Beadcraft Longship. You know?
If a child refuses to sleep during nap time, are they guilty of resisting arrest?
Kandaran, you came in with 200 bits for that pardon. You are a joy and a treasure. Yay! Also, in this game, if you click on the little paper aeroplanes. Anyway, okay. If you send stuff, then I promise I will keep it all. There is one thing I have on my wish list that if anyone feels like they want to send me a thing that I would love to put up on these walls. Now, my wish list is almost entirely pointless and silly things because I'm not a person in really want of anything, if that makes sense. I don't find myself being like, I need a brand new power suit. But there is one thing that I put on my little wish list, and it is 3 Pokemon cards. I think it's like $7, and it's the Tepig, the middle one, and then the Emboar, but it's the family raising it and then growing up alongside the Tepig, and I really want to get that. Alna says, can we buy power suits? Alna, if you've got power suit money and you haven't bought yourself a power suit yet, you know, then I think I'm legally obliged to tell you to get a power suit. Corona's like, but the power suit though. Greenfire says, for alerts, can we have new sound bits for Spooktober? Can we have a cackling witch sound, things like that? You know what? The scary sounds do need redoing. So I'll do a revised scary sounds for the Blackout Club this week. How about that? Joda says, I checked my keys. I got kind words, key, and case. And they worry. Yeah. Tepig, Pignite, and Emboar. And I got told to stop being such a weenie about it. So, is it not working? Darn it. Sorry, bear with me a second. Nightbot, what are you doing? So bear with me just a second, because I made a command for this. Oh. It's just exclamation wish. Should have known. Good work, Will. Good work. Rhymes Moose says, best possible scary sound, Sonic drowning music. Cool. Alright, so again, friends, if you're wondering what's going on here, Salem says, so Monster sells a mule now? What? Like a monster mule. Like, so if you've just joined us, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals, this is Kind Words. All the aeroplanes that you see floating through, those are little messages that other people have written to everyone else around the world. The world is filled with nice people. Even if you can't find one, be one. And that is just someone else at another computer somewhere has just written that. Now, here's where it gets important. Here's where we're going to do it. So, if we were having a bad day, we could make a request. We could write a little request for someone to write something kind to us. Now, view requests is it's just going to pull a handful of requests from the ether, and we can respond to those. And that's what I'd like to do. Salem says, so it's a gingery energy drink. Oh, like a Moscow Mule. It's a monster mule. So this person's saying, every day is a struggle. Emotionally and financially, I'm just so tired. I want to take a break for it all, but I don't see that happening. Life sucks. I think we can write back to Elle. Alright, you're gonna write your first letter. How exciting.
I used to be a banker, but then I lost interest.
Feckin'. Why is it House Chaos are always the first one with the puns? Kandaran, thank you for the 200. 200 ice cream bits. I mean, Shackle's reign is now getting dangerously close to an end. Meganor says recommending finding the Natu and Buffalant cards in the same sets. Those they're very beautiful. Well, I mean, the Tepig is one that personally means a lot to me, so that's why I tend to. That's why I personally enjoyed that one, and I also like the idea that we are now in this space where nerd culture is something we're all growing up with, and for some reason that just, for me, embodies how nerd culture is now culture. You know, back in the day, it was me and my weird friends who were downloading like Japanese ROMs of Pokemon Gold. You know what I'm saying? Theodore says this is human maintenance of the game. Well, yeah. I mean, the Longship were equipped for this. You know, if we put empathy first, how do we help others? Let's put our beliefs where our mouth is and feckin' do it. Remember, you can't solve everyone's problems, but you can always let people know you hear them and they're not alone. Yeah. Oh, and while people can't reply to the letter, they can thank you with a sticker. Alright. So we've all been there. Like, you're struggling, you're grinding, like, emotionally and financially. Hey! Afternoon Stooge! Tiny raid in a tiny room! How are you doing, dude? How you doing? Thank you for bringing your crew over. We are playing Kind Words, so we are genuinely helping people. That's what we're actually doing. Vanderby says so. Would Halloween-themed potatoes be the Monster Mash? Get out of my house and then please come back. Stu says Will sounds like he's having feelings. I'm doing good. River's having a nap. We're just chilling and illing. We talked a lot about the Blizzard situation and Blizzard's involvement with China earlier, and we did that topic for about an hour and we nailed it quite well. So now we're going to go completely shift gears and we're genuinely going to help some people. But yeah, Stooge, how was your stream? How are you doing? What were you playing today? So, you're on Valhalla, mixing drinks and hacking punks. Way cool, way cool. I got to try a little bit of the sequel at PAX this year, but it's the demo wasn't really up for it. Beater says another game with feels, right? Well, Valhalla, yeah. But Valhalla's feels are interesting. Like Red Strings Club, whore. Stu says, I didn't try the sequel, but I did try World of Horror. Yes! I need that. I need that game. If you can imagine Junji Ito making an Apple I game, then you've got World of Horror. It's like roguelike Japanese horror with a bunch of feckery and... so good. Oh, so what I will say, Greenfire and everybody, so it is October, the spookiest of spooky months. We are going to be playing a horror game every week. Now, we're not going to be playing a horror game every day because that is exhausting for everyone involved. And it also, like one of the things we talked about with Blackout Club is that sometimes we need to regard games not just as a piece of media that can be watched and consumed at any time and anywhere. We do need to think about that games sometimes need to be given breathing room. Sometimes games need to be played in a certain way or a certain manner, or you need to go into a game with a certain emotion set to really get the best from it. And I'm not in the business of doing a game a disservice because I'm an idiot. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Okay. So we're trying to help this person out, and they're saying every day is a struggle. Emotionally and financially, I'm so tired. I want a break from it all, but I don't see that happening. Life sucks. I want to say something along the lines of, money comes and goes, but taking a break might, making time for a break might be ideal. Have a bath. Pour yourself a beverage. Take an evening just for you. Yeah, Tenwin, you missed all of that, I'm sorry. Also, to Tenwin and everyone that came up with the stooge, firstly, Watto! Beatrice says, Dear Elle, it's okay to be tired. You're under a lot of stress. Maybe you can get away for tiny bits of time. A short walk in nature, sit under a tree, simply watching the sun flow through the branches. Simply letting the world flow by you by a little while. Theodora, that's lovely advice. I'm gonna take that one. I'll just punctuate it a little. I'm going to remove the second simply just because it reads a little bit better. I'm going to add, either way, you're doing great. Either way, you're doing great. What do you think? Megan Noel says, I might have to dip out as this thing can get me sort of emotionally drained. That's entirely fine. Megan Noel, this is one of the reasons why I rotate games as I do. Because, in the same way that we're not going to play a horror game every day, we don't play an emotional feels game every day because this can be taxing. And I'm never going to ask you to put yourself in a situation where, you know, the games that we're playing are doing you a damage or are hitting, like, emotional beats that you are not ready for that day. Alright? Beadora, I'm dyslexic as hell, so between us, we're gonna make one whole mess. Yeah, so Aikoa and Beadora and everybody, I think we're on the same page, just, you know, reminding them that it's okay, but, you know, if you're under a lot of stress, maybe you can get away, maybe you can take some little breaks. For me, it's always like sitting in the bath, usually with a beer and a book. I've just started finally reading Mona Lisa Overdrive, which is ridiculous. But like, yeah, now I'm actually in a place with a tub that I can sit in for like an hour and not have to worry. Like, yeah. Dash says, I might need to duck out as well. The beats I'm seeing I can handle. I just lack the emotional energy. Well, okay. Mecha Noel, Dash, you know I love you guys. And, you know, we're gonna take a couple hours. We're gonna do something good. Oh, okay, but actually Dash and Mecha. So, Fiona has said that she is gonna be doing her show at 5, so in about 3 hours. And I'd love it if you'll wanna come on back around about like 4:30, 4:45, because we're gonna raid. Fiona is gonna get, and I quote, high as balls and play Goose Game. Like, yo, I'm sure you've all seen Goose Game, but have you ever seen what happens when you play Goose Game high as a kite? Because you're about to. Nomnom says, is there a problem with your donation site? It doesn't let me donate. I've not had any info through, but I can check that in just a second. If it's Streamlabs being weird, then I will, yeah. Dash says, I'll try to remember to turn. Production minds are deep and dark, and I may not hear the alarm. Dash, it's all good. Just, yeah. Thank you, as always, for coming by, and yeah, it's all good. And as everyone was saying, hugs for everybody. Alright, so let's send that to Elle and see if we help him out. Thank you for taking the time to think about a stranger. I'll rush this right over. You can count on me to deliver this letter, but also, can I share something with you? It's not officially part of my job, but I can't help it. It's got this hobby. Can I tell you? I think you'll dig it. I've been making mixtapes, one song at a time. I discovered Lift You Along by Carcaloud yesterday, and it's so chill. I hope you like it. Don't forget, you can click on the radio to change the music. I'll be back with another song tomorrow. Yay! Okay, so this is one where, you know, those of you that have had to come out about varying reasons might want to help on this one. So someone says, I want to come out to my friends, but I'm scared of the reactions. I really care about them, and I don't think they'll react badly, but the words don't want to come. Every time they make a joke or bring up the subject, I completely freeze. This is H. And yeah, Mecha Noel, the deer is a SoundCloud rapper. 1v1 me on SoundCloud. Now, let us remember this is a person in like emotional distress. No, distress is the wrong word. It's very easy to say to someone, yo, just bust through that door, and then, you know, the people that love you when you do will accept you, and the ones that don't, they weren't your friends to begin with. Kandaran, I'm gonna swear, you're a fucking treasure. Kandaran, thank you. So 100 bits, Kandaran said, do you know what a lumberjack wizard's best tool is? The random acts of kindness. Dismook says now, this is where a situation could be more helpful because I've been in there. Yeah. My guess would be this person is like early to mid-teens. Lily's saying, coming out is always hard, but what matters most is that you're happy and comfortable with your identity. Yeah. And, Kandaran, you did Lily a damage with that pun. Megan Noel says, coming out always feels terrifying, but they're your friends, and they're not... And they're here for you, not who you aren't. That is a very good way of phrasing it. Meow Kitty Sakura, Watto! The Longship is helping people for realsies, and Vanderbeest refilling the pint glass, getting shackled down to 50 HP. So Miyagi Sakura, it's not really a feels day per se. We had a very, very, very long talk about the Blizzard situation, about Hong Kong, about why that stuff is big and scary. Today, so what I wanted to do afterwards was roll into this, and this is called Kind Words, and it's like a little background chill-fi mixtape, but the idea is that people can both write questions and also receive answers anonymously, and this is where we can roll with it. So yeah. Akoa says there's no shame in waiting. Coming out is very personal and hard, and there's something that you have to decide. And Dismook, that's a real kind way of putting it. Musa says, also, remember Will, you don't decide if it's a feels day. In this case, very much people are having feels. Absolutely. My Dismook says, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You have to walk before you can run. They are your friends and they will care about you no matter what. If it's more comfortable for you, pick out one friend and start with them. Be brave, but you'll never be truly alone. There are people out there who care about your well-being. And Camille's saying the words will come when you're truly ready. There's no reason to rush. You be you, and your friends will be there for you. Walrus Ware, what I would welcome. This is Kind Words. Earlier on in the day, we were talking about the Blizzard situation, Hong Kong, all of those things. And we talked about it for like a good hour. And then we rolled into this. And this is called Kind Words. This game is like a chill jams kind of session where people write notes to each other, ask for help, or just ask to be heard. And you have the ability to write back to it. So Lily, I'm not going to assume that this person is coming out about their gender, their identity, their sexuality, that there is just something very personal at their core being. So I think I want to go with Camille's line because it's very succinct and it's very kind. And it says, you don't have to rush. But when you do, everyone's going to be there for you. And Stu says we need more kind words than words, but kind acts. Yeah. And it's not up, like, I can't sit here and tell you that we should put empathy first. I can't sit here and tell you that we are a good group of people to look after if I'm not prepared to put in some fucking legwork. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to go with Camille's line. And I think that's just, it hits very much the same beats as everyone else's, but it's a little bit more condensed with no time pressure, you know what I mean? Dear H, the words will come when you're truly ready, and there's no reason to rush. You be you, and your friends will be there for you. Mecha Noel saying it took them 9 years to come out to some of their friends, but picking and choosing who I came out to and how I came out helped me because I was more prepared each time. That's way cool. That's way cool. I mean, I'm sorry you've had to go through the ringer, but yeah. Beatrice says, I love reading everyone's replies here. Yeah. And plus it, you know, it helps having, you know, a lot of people who have a myriad of different perspectives. I would never deem to tell someone how they should come out or how they should feel about that. It's an experience I don't have. But I'm glad that we have a crew so feckin' diverse that we've got people who have gone through so many... They've gone through these experiences so many different ways. Oh, yes, Walrusware. I'm going to add your second line because that's real good. It just says, and...
Ha. Found the creator link. Keep sharing the kindness, man.
Thank you, Stompy. Feckin' ledge. Thank you kindly. Yeah, also the soundtrack is super chill. Saurus adds, and if anyone struggles with your news, then it's an adjustment, and that's okay, but your friends ultimately want you to be happy and want to be supportive. Yeah. Camille's like, some of us are crazy folks who came out via a Facebook post, then figured out who to get rid of. Yeah, but Camille, you a badass, you know what I'm saying? So Walrus, I'm gonna add your second line, because I think that's a nice one. Shackle says, I was terrified the first time I came out to a friend. You needn't move any faster than you need to. I know how very alone you can feel, and I know there are countless multitudes that have felt just as you do. They survived, and so can you. That's super cool. Here's the thing. I now feel like the asshole editor of this, because we have so many, like, kind and empathic words to pass on. Right? Like... Fucking cool. Alright, so Shackle, those are some lovely words. I'm gonna go with this combo that we have here, but that's super lovely. And Vanderbeest, congratulations on being Jarl of the Day. Add a sticker. Let's add a little like, a Heffalump sticker. Alright. Are you sure you want to send this? Yes, I do. Thank you for taking the time to think about a stranger. I'll rush this right over. Count on me to deliver this letter. So we're going to go back a little bit before we jump into the next one. Now we're going to decorate our house. And it's a little blobfish. See, we get a little cute blobfish on the desk now. So what we're going to do is we're going to say a nice thing to everyone. Well, Stooge, please don't feel bad. We all have experiences, and you know, I'm not gonna talk about your personal experiences unless you want to, but like, you went through a very different path in life than a lot of us, and there are some experiences that you have gone through that none of us know. Like, you have a perspective on things that we don't, and that's important. That's not any less or more valid. But in the same way that, like, I don't know what it's like to come out to family and friends. I don't know what it's like to go through some of the stuff that you've done. So, yeah. Mechanoid's like, you heckin' got this, you beautiful stardust! Yes! I like it. Let's chuck that into the euphemism. That's into the euphemism? Into the ether. You heckin' got this, you beautiful stardust. Done. Folding paper. Preparing for takeoff. Your good vibes are now flying through the air for everyone to catch. Damn. Alnus with, you are enough. Walrus says, you are valid. And Ike says, fear exists. It does not define you. Whose is that one? You are still here, and you can still do something to change this world. Take life by the horns. Make life rule the day and try to give you lemons. I'm going to send some of those across because there's some really good ones. Good vibes now flying through the air for everyone to catch. Who's vibes for that? Not always you have to give 100% of yourself. It's okay to make mistakes. I love you anyway. XD Johnny XP says, so I found myself playing Lego Lord of the Rings since it can no longer be bought. What? It got taken down? Yeah, and Post-Deer is adorable. This is an explanation of serotonin. This River's having some bomb-ass naps over there. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it. Ferris Bueller. He's destroyed a Ferrari. Jay was like, wow, what is this feels game? So, Jay Cripps, this is called Kind Words. And people write anonymous letters, and other people write them kind words back. It's not an advice channel, it's not about solving the world's ill. It's just spreading some love. These little paper aeroplanes, you can just send a little motivational, a little good vibes message just out. And anyone else with this game up will pick it up. So yeah. And yeah, this is basically Human Maintenance, the video game. Who was that? Lizzie said, don't punch stop signs, it hurts. Mechanoel says, can you read through the messages you've sent? Let's have a look. Who's this? Oh, welcome to Kind Words. We didn't want your inbox to start empty, so us developers wrote you a letter. We hope you will enjoy your time here. Share and grow and do the same. Aw, thank you. So, view requests. I don't know if we can look at our previous ones. Decorate, help, more. Not view requests. Oh wait, no. Make request. More? No, I don't think we can. Alright. And Toby says, you're going places. They may not always be where you expected, but you're going places. And I believe you'll get there when you want to be. That's a real nice one, Stompy. Let's send that one out. And this will just go out to just everyone else. A little bit of punctuation. Johnny says, a quote from the store, as disappointingly common as games... Oh, so it looks like that Lego Lord of the Rings and Lego The Hobbit have been pulled from sale. And it says, as it has become disappointingly common with games based on movie licenses and whatnot, Lego Lord of the Rings and Lego The Hobbit seem to have been pulled from sale on digital stores, including Steam, without warning or explanation. And Arden says, I'm glad I passed this key on to you. I don't think I could help anywhere near as much as you already have. Ah, much less than you're going to. Arden, you know, I'm going to tell you all the same thing that I always say, which is like, y'all have put in so much time and effort and money, like straight up cash, to keeping me alive and keeping this going. So you're darn right I'm going to keep trying. You're darn right that I'm going to try and make things better for other people, you know? And this is a tiny way in which we can do that. So yeah. Yeah, Stooge, from what I understand, it's a pretty heavy filter, but they do also warn you that there's bad stuff. And yeah, Candoram, we do live together. Yeah, I kind of want that as part of the back-end track, but I'm digging the chill jams. Alright, so let's have a look. So this person says, I am entering another period of dating. It's something I enjoy, and usually I get good friends and experiences out of it. But the more I'm accustomed to it, the more it seems like no circumstance will ever bring about that elusive relationship. I mean, this is one I know far too well. What's the best way of putting it? I mean, part of me wants to say that the friends and experiences that
Reactor online.
Yay!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hugs to all who want hugs.
Who wants a hug? Hugs all round, yo. Walrus, thank you. That's 2-month combo. Sticking around with my scrawny ass. From all the way to GameWorks to Sleeping Dag. Hey, the Great Blue Heron. Watto! Yes. Alna says you're going to try on a lot of shoes before you find the one that fits. But it sounds like the journey is as fun as the destination. Aura says, I'm sorry I missed that message now. It's all good. Right, Levdev says, probably the best way to phrase it, well, repetition can be alarming. Time and circumstances. That's a good way to phrase it. I was thinking of going along the signs of, like, oh, Stooges on feels high alert after playing Valhalla. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I am by no means a person who should be giving anyone relationship advice. Like, Off the Rails Will is a well-documented cavalcade of chaos, and I left what can only be described as an oil-soaked tire fire in a lot of people's lives while Will was very, very unstable. But I do want to say that, like, maybe don't think about the relationship as the goal. Think about all the friends and people you're bringing into your life throughout, because you're already winning there, right? Because those friends become family real quick, and then the next thing you know, you've got this huge group of friendos, and you meet someone, and you turn around and suddenly you have a fam. You have a family and you have a partner and you don't know where it came from. Also, friendos, if you haven't seen it, there is an exceptionally good show on YouTube called People Watching, which is weirdly on Cracked.com's YouTube page before it disappeared. But yeah, that is incredibly special. Hey, Kimball! Watto, friends! Kimball saying, I was lurking. You could say that just putting yourself out there was a brave first step. Aura says, if you want to be in a relationship, that's great, go for it, but don't let dating define you. Dating can be draining, only if it's making you happy. Well, the banter and the way this person is putting forward is that they're out, they're dating, they're meeting people, and they're enjoying it, but they feel that they're not. They feel that the relationship is eluding them. Oh, and yeah, for those of you that have just joined us, so this game is called Kind Words, and it's just that. We are taking anonymous letters from people and genuinely trying to write them kind words. We don't have to fix their problem. You know, we're not here to be therapy. We're not here to be like love counselors. We're not here to like solve the world's ill. But people who are in a little space, a little time, you know, we're just gonna offer them a little something. So now I need to find out how to phrase that, which is, I want to say that Forestware says, okay, I feel that. I've been an okay pube for a few months and it can be rough finding something to be serious. Yeah. And Kymel says, so I've now given up on relationships, but I do keep getting told, you never know, you might meet someone tomorrow who change your life. Well, I mean, yeah. like I said, I am by no means a good role model because I was not good to my last round of partners by any means, and I do not want to put myself forward again as if I'm somehow the Grand Bastion, and that's something I live with. But you know, I will say that I never did digital dating. I never tried it. I always found people in circles and spheres that I was rolling with groups of friends and stuff like that, and that's usually what I would recommend. Like, find a group, find people. Like, that's what's worked for me in the past. But, yeah. So Ikoa says, realize why you were searching for a relationship. Supporting and having a good time is something also friends give you. With friends, you do not need to be alone. Yeah, Stompy, you know what? I'm focusing too much on the mechanics of. So Stompy's saying it can be exhausting not finding what you're looking for, especially if it's something that you feel you're deeply missing. It's alright to sometimes feel that you're not getting anywhere. Take a break from it if you need to. Change tacts. Lizzie's saying, I'm pretty sure Jared and I found our partners in a similar digital circle. Yeah, and I'm not dissing on digi-dating, it's not something that I know. Camille's saying, it says that there is no elusive perfect relationship, but only the goal of finding to be a happy balance of people who rise each other up, who inspire each other, and are more together than apart. Sometimes it can be a long road, and the long road is part of being that person. And sometimes you're just your own best friend finding the truth of the path. Don't give up all the hope on the long way. That, Camille, yeah. No, Camille, that was on point. That was on point. That was far better than I could have. And like, Camille, I was really struggling to find the phrasing on that one, and that's a real good way of putting it. Theodore is like, find a date from a date circle of friends. Theodore, it does sound like you're out in a very rural area. So, as not naming any names, a very good friend of mine always used to talk about themselves with such disparaging language when talking about themselves in their dating circles. And I used to just have to keep reminding them, like, yo, you live in a part of the world with a very small population and not nearly enough nerdy friends. As soon as you get out of that sphere, I promise you, it's going to be fine. And seeing them interacting with... Alpha says, sorry, sometimes... Wait, which is sometimes? Oh, sorry, Beadora, I apologize for misinterpreting that one. Jaroline says, someone disparaging themselves? Gosh, we don't know anyone around here. Bonnie stares at Will. Oh, yes. Thank you. I don't disparage myself, I just... self-deprecating humor sometimes. Anyway, I just think this is real good. So Camille, that's real on point. Alright. Alright, we're gonna come back to M's one in just a second. Nivalis Watto! So who wants to yeet some positive vibes into the ether? Because a part of me was like, just write the, be the star of your own anime. You are the star of your own anime. Stomposaurus is going to hit the hay. So many good vibes. We shall, Stompy. Do you want to drop one last one before we move? Before you go to bed? Remember to hydrate. Hail hydrate. Oh shit, I have not done that. I forget, I haven't got Michael bringing me water. Oh. I tell you what, friends, write a couple of positive vibes. I'm just going to go get a glass of water. I'll be back in 2 seconds. And sneeze a bit. I'm okay. God. This cold's nearly gone. Unfortunately, I'm at the stage of this cold, which sucks. Alright, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm just getting a cuppa. So yeah, drop us down some positive vibes and we'll try them out. Water. Wait, help in the world. Just a little bit. Oh god. Still getting used to this. Okay, so let's have a little jump into chat. So, let me roll it up. Stooge says, no matter what, Monona says, no matter how bad things are, you are worthy. Hells yeah. Send that out into the ether. Lizzie says, wouldn't I need a sneeze off? Who can sneeze the louder? Oh, grim. Oh, someone sent their thanks for a letter you wrote and another Captain Astronaut sticker. Oh, cool. Very cool. Oh, whose letter is that? I hope you have a nice day. Alright. Ico says the world is more scared of you than you are of it. Yeah, that is very comforting. Alnus says, laugh at your own jokes, be your own biggest fan. Alnus, that is a philosophy that I live by. I find myself exceptionally funny, much to other people's dismay. Oh, Beadora, that's a great one. The world is a beautiful place. You're a part of it. Arden saying, sounds like one of those underappreciated pieces of stream equipment. A pitcher of water, so you can stay easily hydrated. Yup. Well, we'll work something out, friends. Like a little, water cooler or something. Nom Nom says, how do I get Steam to give me a giftable key without having to send it to a direct friend? I don't know. Humble gives you a key if you purchase it. But I think with Steam, you have to gift it directly. I want Beadora's one. So let's go for Beadora's one, and then let's try and answer another one. Ooh, Walrus. That's a really succinct one, which is reposting from the Swarm. Because get lost. Positive vibes. You are not required to set yourself on fire to keep others warm. It's real true. Also, Nom Nom. So Nom Nom, when you said the donation page wasn't working, did you mean my one? Friends, I would never usually ask this. Does someone mind yeeting $1 worth via the donation page just to make sure it's working? I don't know what you're talking about. What BRB needs T sign? What T sign? I don't actually have more tea yet. Okay. Best revenge is massive success. Computer, what is the longship? I kid. I didn't start the longship for vengeance, but sometimes it... Oh! Oh, we can move this around. Oh, this is cute. Okay, and I need to send Walrus Wears 1, and then let's try and help someone else. I mean, friends, this is absolutely the kind of stuff that, especially during my late teens, would have been fucking brilliant. So P is saying, does anyone else have this thing where I can daydream and think of a dozen scenarios and find an outcome in all of them that will be true in most cases? I kind of want to do a joke answer and be like, at this point you have mastered a perception of time that only the Doctor has, and you should use these powers for good, not evil.
This is a test of the emergency brake call system. This is only a test.
Well, you broke the dramatic duck, but thank you kindly. And who was that I need to thank? Oh, Jaralan, you don't need to do $5. I can thank you. Jaralan, sincerely thank you. Moose says, you didn't start the Longship of Vengeance, but it's a glorious fringe benefit. Oh, it is. But nothing quite like being told by someone that you could never run a Twitch channel. So Nom Nom, what is it giving you when it's not working? Because just so long as it's not anything to do with your finances, like, just make sure you're okay. I kind of want to say to P, like, dear P, for all that we plan and daydream, life can have a funny way of surprising you. Hey, Invert, how are you doing? What, old friend? Canaran says, I kind of like the wholesome Satan messages, like, who cares if anyone's hate you? Just make sure not to hate yourself. Strangely motivating. Yeah, it's weird that a group representing the Satanic Church of America has some of the best motivational tweets. But that's another kettle of monkeys. I'm a little gutted that at PAX this year, there was, I don't know if they were properly Satanic Church members or what have you, but there was a group of people claiming to be Satanists with banners saying, "We love everyone," and I was like, that's dope. Hutton says, about to say you didn't start the Longship of Vengeance. But it's half the reason I shut up the first day. And yeah, and for some reason, you'll still put up with me, so... Theodora says, I think reading about something that in my self-help books. Positive visualization helps one get the ones they want. Yeah, I mean, it is learning a new way of thinking through things, and it can be real easy if you spend a lot of time alone to box yourself in because you essentially run a scenario in your head, and you're like, well, I clearly know that if I do X, Y will happen, and therefore I shouldn't do X. But the world is a crazy and chaotic place. One of the funny things is that quote from, I mean, I don't actually know where the original quote is from, but it's used a lot in Far Cry 3 of, have I ever told you the definition of insanity is trying the same thing multiple times and expecting different results, actually flies directly in the face of chaos theory, which I think is much more organic, because so much of our day-to-day is based on, you know, organic interactions, that you can do the same thing 3 times and get 3 different results, because we ain't math. You know what I mean? Alna says the quote is Einstein. Yeah. And look what happened in Red Alert 1, am I right? Einstein starts trouble. Yeah. I'm not gonna delve too much into the Satanism discussion because I don't know enough about it as how it is organized to like say, but you know, I see them doing good. Salem says the quote is attributed to Einstein, there's no record of him actually saying it. Interesting. And to my little helper says, hi, little helper, welcome. If we haven't met before, my name is Will and it is lovely to make your acquaintance. I used to work in video games and now I do this. And today we've decided we're going to play Kind Words. So we are writing little motivational, or write little like, motivational is the wrong thing. Little helpers we met at TwitchCon. Yo! It's good to see you, yo! So yeah, then you don't need an introduction from my sorry self. Earlier today we were talking about the Blizzard situation, and now we've decided to do this. This is Kind Words, and we are writing like encouragement and good vibes to people anonymously. So that's what we're doing. Kind saying, something I'm trying to do is live in the moment and not daydream too much. I do a lot of cool stuff now. Yeah. I mean, Kaibo, again, I don't want to, you know, reveal details of your personal life, but, yo, you've been kicking ass. So, yeah, my little helper, stay a while, chat with some peeps. So I'm going to go with, for all that we plan in Daydream, life can have a funny way of surprising you. There's nothing wrong with daydreaming, and there's nothing wrong with looking ahead, but don't forget to live in the moment. Wait, I said something really clever now and I've immediately forgotten it. Great. It was... Oh yeah, there is nothing wrong with daydreaming or planning the future, but don't forget to live in the moment. Who knows what could happen? Nearly signed it my own name. The long shit. Yeah, it's okay to look ahead, as long as you don't forget to live in the moment. One of the things I actually had to learn was how to do that. I used to think myself out of doing stuff so often before I moved up to London, like you wouldn't believe. Tiny Spaceman! I used to think myself out of doing things all the time, and I had to learn how to just like face roll. Like sometimes an idea doesn't seem like a good one, and sometimes an idea doesn't seem stupid. It doesn't seem like it's a good idea, it seems stupid. I had to just learn to trust myself that if I'm in danger, if I'm in trouble, or if I'm having a bad time, to trust myself to know and then to bug out. And once I got to that point, I was like, yee! Drinking also helped. Oh, fucking hell. This is a heavy one. So my friend has BPD, which I will assume is shorthand for bipolar disorder. And we stopped talking about a month ago because she stopped replying to me. I sometimes send her messages to make sure she is fine. I'm here to support her. We used to talk every night for hours, and now I feel sad. I feel a borderline personality disorder. Okay. I'm gonna tap out this one because Fee's having a nap. But let's send some positive vibes into the world. And not because I don't think that that's a real problem, or I don't think that that's something that we should address, but like, yeah, I have had some exceptional friends who have had situations like that, and I mean, I'm gonna put my hand up and say, I was the asshole in that situation. I had a friend who had something like that, and instead of giving them the time to breathe, instead of giving them the time and the space they needed, kept pushing and I kept pressuring. Why aren't you talking to me? Why aren't we talking? Let's hang out. Let's do something. Look at this cool gift. Look at this video. Why aren't we talking? And don't blame them for not wanting to talk to me. You know what I'm saying? But people are putting forward some good things. Alna says, I feel the answer here is she receiving help? If so, give them space, but also an open invitation. Vita is putting forward note. Know that them not replying has nothing to do with you or anything with what you've done. Yeah. Again, by that person's tone and cadence, I'd say they're probably like, you know, mid-teens. And that's a hard time when dealing with friends anyway. The Dismook says, bravery is not the absence of fear. It is being afraid and doing it anyway. That is a great piece of motivation. That's a great piece to send out into there. I've heard that one a few times and I like that. Walrus said, I would say this person, well done for continuing to support your friend. I know that it's... your friendship has changed, but it's awesome. They know that you are there if they want to get in touch. Okay. If that one's still on our docket, Walrus, I'll send that through. I know things that are rough in your friendship. Yeah. If that's still on the docket. Yeah, nah. I'm not touching that one in the barge pole. Alright, so sadly... Well, okay, not sadly. I guess the way this works is that if we don't answer it, someone else does. So this one says, my co-workers and I are pushing for someone to be fired, and I feel guilty about it even though it's not my fault, and it's completely justified. The whole thing seemed unavoidable, seems so avoidable in hindsight. I mean, this one's slightly easier. Dear N. When it comes to the professional world, you must... When it comes to professional world, you do need to take care of yourself. And if you feel this is something that needs to happen, then... no, I don't want to promote callousness. Okay, because what I want to say is, like, there's usually a reason when people want someone gone. Like, I'm not saying that it's good, I'm not saying it's right. Like, you know, I've been... not bullied out of jobs, but I got set up on one. Alright, so I worked for a pub, and the thing was, I'm a nerdy mother hubbard, so on our downtime, like after shift, all I wanted to talk about was like movies and video games and stuff like that, which kind of put me at odds with everybody. And one of the new girls did not like me, and one day she let off, so I don't know if you're familiar with how English pubs work, but we don't do, at English pubs, you don't do table service. You don't walk over and go, what would you like to drink? And, I mean, you do take people's food over when it's ready, but like, they order at the bar. That's what you do in a pub. She started doing table service with this one table. I'm like, that's weird. And then one guy came up and went, can I have something? I poured him a pint, charged him for it. He went back. The table left, and she blamed me because she said that when the guy came over to get a pint, that I'd basically let off the rest of the table their tab. And the thing is, this lass wasn't born in the US, this lass hasn't grown up on there. She was Someone who'd grown up in a British town, so feck knows where they got this idea. They blame me, I got fired, it sucked. But, you know, I wasn't right for that space, and, you know, and what was I going to do? Pull pints in the pubs? Any Young's pub? So, Wara says, it sucks that it sounds like it's becoming messy, but if it's justified, then it is what it is. Progress with integrity and keep yourself safe. Alna says, ask yourself why this needs to happen, and if you feel this is not right, speak to someone. Beadora says, you feel guilty because you've got empathy. If this person's leaving due to response to their own actions, all you can do is hope they learn through their experience. Camille's putting forward, it sounds like you've thought about this a lot, you care about what happens. Don't lose that, don't ever lose that. So this world can be tough. I think Beadora's one's pretty good. And Dismook sharing us a story, which is that I've worked with people who've made my work life unbearable. I think we all have. I'm not going to name any names, not that they're viewers, but like... I have had bosses and co-workers at varying professions, not just the last one, turn my life into a living misery. We go with Beadora's... Yeah, so Dismook saying, I've worked with people who made my life unbearable. Not for me necessarily, but definitely for my old boss. It was not a fun time for anyone involved, and she also made me feel incredibly uncomfortable through remarks and questions about my sexuality. It took months to get her fired. And there are definitely situations where if people are pushing to get someone fired, probably because that person's an asshole. See, actually, I wonder if that works as a 1-2 punch. Oh, I know how to do this. So we start with Camille's line, then we close with Beadora's line. See what I mean? It sounds like you've thought about this a lot and you care about what happens. Don't ever lose that though. This world can be tough. You feel guilty because you've got empathy. If the person leaves due to response to their own actions, all you can hope is they learn from them. That's feckin' dope. Helping people combo! Oh, not, Oh, don't ever lose that. Hindle says, need a space between person and is. Oh, person is leaving. Thank you. I know a lot of you are typing on like mobiles and keyboards, and I'm dyslexic as hell. So, while usually I'd be a grumpy grumpus if people correct my spelling, this is for the benefit of someone else. So, yo. Response is misspelled. What's the correct spelling? Oh, is it S? Responses. There we go. Kandaran says the monster under your bed is afraid of you. You are stronger than it, and the only thing that gives it power is fear. Oh, yeah, we'll send that out into the ether. Although, you ever seen those like Twitter short stories? There's like Twitter horror stories that people write in like a single tweet. There was one about, I put my son to bed. He said there's a monster under my bed. I look underneath it, and there is something exactly like my son cowering. And it says, don't let the monster get me. And I was like, alright, there we go. Oh, actually, not yet. Let's add a sticker. Little spaceman. Alan's like, I'm a fluent English speaker on a keyboard. I have zero excuses. Rauner says, for sale, baby shoes, never worn, for the child was born with writhing appendages. Squid baby. It's baby squid. Wait, no, we just responded to that one. Oh, 7 cents ladder and a trouser fish sticker. Captain Astronaut. Can we decorate? Yeah, we can. Captain Astronaut before his launch. And trouser fish. If any of you were asking how a fish wears a pair of trousers, it's like that. Plank says the talking sound sounds kind of creepy, clashes with the game's tone. I think what they were meant to go for was like Animal Crossing, like wah, 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 wah. But it does kind of come across as someone else. How can you move forward? You keep regretting the past. You hit me. Ah, the past can hurt. Walrus says, was there any debate of how fish wear trousers? Yeah, you're right, Walrus, because the answer is helmet effect they want. So Mecha says, my first job outside of home was at Tim Hortons, and it was in a big city. The manager was a person of Arab descent, as were most of the other employees. It's particularly Tom Horton, and then some questionable decisions were made about promotions by the manager, and whether someone complained about the manager to the owner, who just called him racist. A year after I left, I learned she was fired from taking a portion of many of those employees' pay. God! It's a hell of a time. Well, God, I like a lot of people, I have survived working retail, and I'm not above pulling pints, you know what I'm saying? You are what you love, not what loves you. And Hindle says, keep moving forward, Monty Ohm. That is a great quote. Piadora says, keep moving forward. Is that one by Momentum? What did you do, Lizzie? What did you do? Legend of Link, how are you doing, friend? Lizzie's being cheeky. Theodora says, I am chocolate! I win at life! You do. Also, Theodora, I don't know if anyone said, but we're slowly working through the stash of chocolate you got that you sent through for my birthday. So good. It is so good. And a friend of mine got into the black licorice chocolate and wanted to send through massive thanks. So, yeah, Theodora and everybody, well, Theodora for the chocolate, but everybody, thank you. Legend Link says I'm doing well. Feel nice to be in your own space? Yeah. That's River over there. River's having a little sleepy sleep, so I don't want to wake her up. Legend Link, it's lovely being here, you know? Yeah. I mean, War is where, right, there's a dark way of looking at it, and, you know, we all have our ways of coping when things get bad, and that's one of mine. I think, not to... Just gonna close that one. Yeah. For as long as we are still here, friends, things can always get better. Ruby Knight, how are you doing? Watto. This is a statement I can agree with. Plants are a cutie pie. Yeah, no is always no. I think whoever wrote that meant it in the sense of, like, you know, if there's a job that you want to go for, you know, you can get rejected 100 times, but it's that one acceptance letter that's good. They just phrased it like, get 1,000 no's in a row. That's a bit Johnny Bravo there. Yeah, Saylan's like, context, really important. Yeah, rejection of an entry into a writing contest, for example. Good idea. Rejection into Area 51? Maybe take it at the first no. maybe one no is enough. Advice that applies to writers, not relationships. Nom nom, it's not Christmas! Ruby Knight, don't break into someone's house because it's locked. Yeah, banging on the door 100 times doesn't mean you should kick the lock in. Yeah, Mechanoel, plants and cutie pies applies to writers and relationships. Plants are cute. What's this one? We sent that one! That's us. Christic says, if you say it's not a cult 1,000 times, it's the one yes that counts. No, it's not a cult. Yay! Friends, sometimes a little pushback. It's all that's needed to get through the day. I believe in your ability to do whatever you dream to do. Good luck and have fun, my friend. Love from Norway. It's not a cult. I'm so tempted to just write that and throw it. Alright, let's help some people. Here's one I can help with. So this one says, this sounds dumb, but sex really scares me. Some days I think about it and feel fine. Other days, it's almost repulsive. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't know how to explain this, and I wish I didn't feel this way. I think we can all agree that it's very simple, being like, your feelings are valid. You know, you're not defined by sex, and if it's not for you, that's cool. Mechanoel says it's feels. I'm turning out here to see you guys. You're gonna get me in trouble. But I think we're in agreement on that one, right? No, your feelings are valid. You aren't defined by sex, and it's entirely okay. Alice is okay. Ace is as valid as any other expression. Well, so Alice, this is. I'm trying to choose language that doesn't seem as if we're trying to tell someone what they should be or where they should be going. Like, I'm trying to reaffirm the thing that they feel like. It was that last line where they say, I wish I didn't feel this way. And I kind of want to tell them, like, it's cool. Alright? Like, I mean, alright. We do live, especially if you've grown up in the US or UK, you know, we've grown up in a society which very much looks at sex in some very strange ways. For some, it is a fucking win condition. For some, it is, you know, the consummation of emotions and feelings. And for some, it's like the be-all and end-all. Like, if one is not questing for sex, or if one is not acquiring sex on the regular, is one even a person? But you can have a dope-ass, proper, healthy relationship and not be banging. You know? Sex like drinking, like sport, like Warhammer. You know? It can be a part of the human experience, but it's not the entire human experience. So, yeah. My personal feels on it is sex is an expression between two people. It's always different with two people. And it's something that everyone is fucking terrible at the beginning. Everyone. It is a thing that one must, you know, you have to be empathic to get good at, and you have to be able to communicate and understand other people. So, yeah. My feels. Oh, yeah, Walrus. That's a good one. Is valid and normal. So Nonum saying, question to people who have experience with ace friendos. Is sex seen as something that is enjoyed when done, but ace doesn't have to think about it, or is weirded out? Or is it an aversion of sex altogether? By my weak understanding, and if someone throws in, because a few people have been explaining what ace is. Ace is a shorthand term for asexual, for individuals that, I mean, at the most, like by the dictionary, by the definition of, don't feel sexual attraction to anybody. Like, it does vary, and it's one of those spaces whereby it's, for a lot of people in that space, it is easier to just say I am ace rather than to define the nuances of their personal experiences. But yeah, Aiko is saying, my friends once told me something about virginity that stuck with me. Not having sex feels like a big deal, but having sex is not. So why make a big deal about not having sex? I mean, it's also like, it's also cool to think that sex is awesome. Some people take it to a hobbyist level. Some people take it to a competitive level. Oh, and God, it's one of those things whereby, like, you know, I definitely suffered from the, you know, the sex is a thing that I should be working towards mentality that a lot of young men do. And God, alright, I'm not going to go into too much personal stuff on me because it's not something that we really go into, and mainly because this isn't about me. Like, I went through the ringer, I came out the person you see here. There's not really too much to tell, but I will say my first time was one of the most awkward and uncomfortable experiences of my life. Not bad, but just so awkward. And probably inspired me to be better in that sphere more than anything else. Like, if my very first partner had told me, wow, you're really good at this, then my ego would have been like, yeah, I'm clearly the best ever at all time and don't need to practice. But because it was so, there was no way anyone was going to say that wasn't awkward. Inspired me to do better and be more empathic in that space. So yeah. Jumping back in, Beatrice says, I looked up ace and it seemed to not be where I am. That's cool. Cryostick says, okay, this takes a sense of humor, but here goes. If you stuck your nose in a dose-app relationship, Jesus Christ, okay, maybe my turns of phrase occasionally result in some ridiculous phrasing. But yo. Nonum said, would anyone be willing to talk with us about? I've got some things I'd like to talk about, and I don't want to bring too much personal stuff here that could disrupt the chat. Nonum, if it's something you want to talk about in human maintenance, like, I don't know if any of the crew have, if any of the Longship crew have put their hand up and said, yes, I am definitely ace, but I'm pretty sure someone in human maintenance will be able to share some experiences. I think human maintenance is a fine place to ask, hey, this is a sphere of the human experience that I don't know about, and I'd like to. Like, I've been lucky enough that because I've been in, you know, gaming, which is a very liberal sphere, because I've moved to very, very liberal parts of the world, like, I have been lucky enough to experience a lot of different opinions. And I know we've talked about this before, but, you know, and I put my hand up that I honestly used to be an asshole about ace people. I genuinely was one of those jerks that was like, well, they just haven't found someone they're attracted to. Which is entirely wrong and dumb. But that was... And it was not until I, you know, actually sat down with a pint with a friend of mine who was like, oh yeah, no, I'm ace. And they explained it through. And of course, now I feel like a monstrous chode slam for any time that I put that opinion forward. But it's only because that person took the time to explain it through. Now, they shouldn't have to do that. Like, in an ideal world, people shouldn't have to sit down with every dumb, ill-educated white dude looking like Will and explain to them, no, this is who I am, and this is how it is. But, yeah. Oh, Dismukes would be happy to chat about it. Dismuke is grey ace, and the fiance is ace. Very cool. Dismook says they will happily answer all they can in human maintenance. Way cool. Shackle said, sex is...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
12 months!
What is this?
Okay, the man, before I tell you what this is, fecking thank you. 12 months! 12 months the Longship has been a real thing. Like, and here we are, legitimately helping people. Like, if this had crashed and burnt 6 months ago, if you all hadn't stuck around, if you all hadn't thrown bits at my dumb face, we wouldn't be having this today. Like, every person that we're helping out today is not because of me, it is because you lot kept us going. So that's why I'm signing this the Longship, not Will. Because it's not me, it's all of us. Dismoke's like, yes, never be that guy who says, well, you've not met the right person. Sometimes, yeah. But the thing that I will say, Dismook, is that I'm always happy to put my hand up and say, I don't know. Because when I didn't, that's when I came up with statements like that. And I'm always happy to admit when I've been wrong in the past, because that's how we become better in the future. Yes, God, it makes me cringe when I think about how I used to have that opinion, but it has inspired me to be more empathic and more understanding. That's, yeah. Yeah, it's probably also why I don't deal well with cringe comedy, because I guess Will uses cringing as a form of, like, shock collar for learning how to be a better empathic person, you know what I'm saying? So, the Artsy Poe, how are you doing, friend? How you doing? Okay, the man and Artsy Poe, the game we're playing today is called Kind Words, where we answer anonymous letters with responses of compassion and kindness. Now, the reason we're talking about sex and sexuality right now is this person put forward this letter that says, hey, this sounds dumb, but sex really scares me. Some days I think about it and I feel fine, but other days it's the most repulsive, makes me uncomfortable. I don't explain this, I didn't wish I felt this way. Lily's saying, I'm Debbie myself, so it takes time for sexual attraction to appear, but I have to form a pretty tight bond. There is also another factor that causes me to have to trust them before I feel comfortable having that conversation with them. And that's fine! Sorry. I don't know why that tone of voice came out there. I do apologize. What I meant to say is, and that's spot on. So I guess I want to say to this person that, like, just, yeah. Take everything at your own pace. Learn yourself first. Learn yourself first. You're in no rush. Anna says, can I just say, I'm happy this game works, and this community is going into it in the spirit that's intended. Yeah. Graber Harron's like, yep, sex is all about trust and communication. It can be terrifying. Yeah. And, yeah. Anyway. The Artsy Poe says, I'm tired. I actually have a day off, so I slept in. I'm happy to actually be able to chat before stuff gets hectic again. Well then, feckin' pour yourself a cuppa. Trouserfish. Trouserfish got you. Cryosticks with the terrible joke. Well, actually, Cryosticks, sex is not all about thrust. It is a complicated cavalcade of mess. Wait. We just wrote to this person. No, I'm not getting into a back and forth. This person's like, I wrote a request already. I feel people misunderstood me. I feel like I can predictably correct many situations and outcomes while daydreaming. And to clarify, I'm not saying I'm psychic. I'm saying I deduce this. Does anyone has this? This, my dear friends, is what... Now, I say this with love. And I'm not mocking this person. And I am not wailing on them at all. But this is the quintessential example of what I used to call that smart people are often the dumbest. Because you reach a point where you feel like you can predict everything that's going to go down. You feel like you can understand it, so you don't put forward. This is an individual who is spending too much time in their own head and feels that they can map it out, that feels they have it all like under lockdown, right? And unfortunately, this can be paralyzing. And I had to learn to not. So I'm going to skip this one. Someone else can find that one. Okay, so this person says, I've been going to a club lately, but I don't feel like I belong there. The other kids are already friends and usually just ignore me, and I feel lonelier than before. Oh boy. Atari says CXG is an amazing show. Oh, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. God, the worst name for one of the best shows. Because as someone who enjoys like non-standard musicals, as someone who enjoys really interesting looks at how we do relationships and how we like deal with our internals, how sometimes, you know, the most capable, the most driven, and the most impressive individuals can be the most fecked up. I have always liked that. Iron says, the extent of my psychic ability is dumb serendipity, like thinking of a bath detergent out of nothing before I see the detergent commercial. Well, Iron Imp, if you ever use that power to win the lotto, please send some to the Longship. I am not above sponging off you when you become a multi-millionaire, okay? Honestly, with $1 million, we're just going to do long con. That's pretty much it. I mean, the rest of it will just like ration out so that the Longship can go on forever, but yeah. And Arden says, alright, I'm going to head out for the day. Good luck doing the good work, everybody. Yeah, Arden, thank you for your input. Thank you for feckin' sending us across, you feckin' legend. Now, this one I feel like we've all had an experience in, so I'm just going to quickly nip to the loo, because now I'm actually drinking water and tea actively like a racehorse. But it's just there. I'm not going to walk across the entirety of GameWorks, desperately try and remember a feckin' code to type in. So yeah, I'll be back in just a second. Oh, Lily, it's all good. It's all good. I'm coming back. See, even River's got off for an adventure. So jumping back in, it says it's signed T, as in press T to talk. And yes, Beadora, it does. Wait, who said it contains the forbidden word? Nom nom.
I've been sleeping in the club.
I will say, if this wasn't about genuinely helping people, I would absolutely tell them, I have another club you can join, where everyone's welcome. In the club, by the game. Yeah. Theodora says, you know, it gets better as you get out of school. Yeah. The one thing I will always sing the praises of for my parental unit was the only thing they told me about school was it's something you survive. Just get through it. And I've always been thankful for that. Because I hear these stories about people whose parents put this inordinate, just like, brick weight ton of pressure to succeed, to achieve, to win, to be. And I'm like, yo, what do you mean T-sign, Walrus? What T-sign? It's fine. Darty Post says, Will, you're making the not a cult argument real thin here. It's not a cult! Kimball says, it took me over a year to settle in my current studio. I was lonely for a while. Take time to get over everything that happened before. I'm glad I took time. It's the happiest I've been. Anywho, need sleeps. Good night. Kimball, go get some good sleeps. And, yeah. If you get your ass out to Seattle for like a PAX or something, you better holler at me, alright? Walrus is like, T-sign? Oh, I must have missed that. Theodora says, oh dear, karaoke stream with Will and covers of the club tunes now. Yeah, oh, Iron Imp, did you put in a song for the new season of the club? Because I don't know if you've seen, season 3 is going to be ghosts or skeletons, but not both. The Ghost Skeleton War is the next season of the club. The other thing my mum said to me, which stuck with me, is like, the kind of people that really enjoy school are the kind of people that stay. You know what I mean? I didn't even do A-levels. Like, I did GCSEs, went to college, did computer science. Well, I did the setup to computer science. Quit it because, and you will love this one, I said that I didn't want to spend the rest of my life in front of a computer. Let that one settle in for a moment. Then, so I quit doing computers. Me and my buddy Larry spent a whole summer just drinking beer and skateboarding. Neither of us became competent skateboarders, I might add. We had a bloody good time. And then after that, I had the kind of like the, you've either got to go back to college or you've got to get a job. So I did drama, and I was actually pretty good at it. Even though I knew people who worked in film and television and despised it with passion. Like, as an industry, theatre, film, and television is brutal and just chews through people. Rise Moose says, the structure of the UK schooling system sounds kind of confusing to me. Well, it's like, so you have mandatory school until 16. And then at 16, you can just leave. Most people do what's called A-levels, which is like 17 and 18. And it's usually in the same high school that you're at. And A-levels like the setup to like university and stuff like that. Vidora said, did you not become the new Tony Hawk? I'm going to go ahead and say no. I'm going to go ahead and say I absolutely did not achieve Tony Hawkdom. Wait, why are you blinking at me? What you doing, Steam? Sorry. I was a little worried there because Steam was making a lot of noises at my face. As Alna says, Pony Hawk's the current Tony Hawk. Also, friends, if you want a chortle, go read Tony Hawk's Twitter feed, because it's full of stories of him explaining to people, no, I am Tony Hawk. Yes, I can do a 360. Cryostic says, didn't you hear about Will Oligard? He was big. Nice. Walrus says, that's changed now in the UK, Will. UK schooling is now up until you are 18. You can go to uni if you want, but it used to be school until 16, college till 18, then uni. Wow. I mean, I guess I'm like, what, 34 now? Yeah, I'm 34, so it's been a long-ass time since I was in the schooling system. Salem says, I wonder what Tony Hawk's is doing these days. It's this. But yeah, I have no stage fright, so theatre was real good. I'm a shy actor, by the way. I'm very good at performing. I'm a terrible actor. But that's on the Kettle Monkeys. Now let's help this person out. Now this is a real easy one because we've all been in school And we've all felt that kind of that disconnect. Even when you find your clique, there are those moments where you feel that disconnect. And so oh, Alana says if you leave school at 16 now, you have to be doing some like a vocational, like an apprenticeship. Huh? Did not know. So Wara says, repost this letter. Cliques can be tough, and it sucks when it's making you lonely. I might use different language there, but I know what you mean. And it's tough that it's making you lonely. If it's not giving you what you need, just stop and going. But if you're at a club because you enjoy it, and what the club is about, then don't let the social people stop you going. That's real cool. That's a like, you don't have to, but don't let the Mother Hubbards get you down, right? Cryosticks, I just want to congratulate you on you have hit the brevity mark perfectly each time. Like, never straying into mean, never straying into unkind, but continuing to make me laugh. Cryostic says, Dear T, install The Witcher 3. You'll be out of school before you know it. Dear T, have you heard of World of Warcraft? Sophia said repost. Are there any other lonely kids you can try and talk to? Are there anything on like board game, sports, school activities, more people? You can try to become more to part of the team. Otherwise, you might have to try a different club where people are not paired up. Do know it gets better as you get out of school. I'm definitely going to add that last line, Beadora. Alright. So we're just going to tart up the language. I know. Clique can be tough. And it's hard. Cliques can be tough. Actually, let's go for personal empathy. Cliques can be tough, and I'm sorry it's making you lonely. If it's not giving you what you need, then consider stopping. But if you're at a club because you enjoy what the club's about, don't let the social stop you. And then we'll add Beadora's line of, do know it gets better as you get out of school. And this one definitely gets a spaceman sticker, you know what I mean? Sorry, there's gonna be one more. Excuse me. So sorry, friend. Okay, Burials, this game is adorable. And it's a wonderful way of helping people. Like, now. Doesn't mean we're not going to be silly buggers while we're helping people, but Baldus is like, Warcraft, not even once. Zug zug. Time to work. Oh no, more work! Alright. Oh, we got another school one. Okay. So this person's saying, I haven't been able to focus much at school anymore, and I don't know how to fix it. I've started to get really bad grades because of it now, and my teachers and parents are thinking I'm not deciding to pay attention on purpose. I see, this is where I like that I'm not just doing this alone, because I'd be like, the only thing you got to do at school is survive it. I mean, friends, I came out of state education with middling grades, and I did not graduate with anything of any note. The only reason I technically have a degree, I have a qualification in stage acting is because I got enough, like, Magi points, whatever they were called, to then count it as a pass. And I got one qualification from Lambda, which was an actual bronze medal in monologues, which is cool. But the thing was, like, the stuff that I skived off to do during high school would end up being things that helped set me up. So my knowledge of films, my knowledge of like cinema back in the day was really helpful. my knowledge of video games. Like, I'm one of the few people I know, one of the few people I knew when I got into gaming who'd done Ultima Online proper. Well, so Moose, this is where I want to be careful. Because, like, I've never been diagnosed with ADHD or any kind of, like, learning difficulties outside of, like, dyslexia. So I don't want to come at this with, like, you definitely have X, here is the solution. As War is saying, I'm sorry that people don't believe you. I would encourage you to see your doctor if there's various issues, if it's medical inability to focus. I mean, do we want to recommend their medical lines at this point? And no, Walrus, this isn't, I'm not saying this is a counter to your point. I'm just more like, I guess I'm musing out loud. Hey, J-Post, we're helping some people. We spent an hour this morning talking about the Blizzard situation and their response to the whole thing of the Hong Kong riots. And now we are literally helping people. This game is called Good Vibes, and we receive anonymous letters from people around the world about a myriad of different issues. And our job is just to write them some good vibes back. And that's it. That's the game. What we can do is we can also jump back to the main screen and we can write just a positive message for everybody. Okay, so Ioka and the Artsy Pro are putting forward a good line, which is that talk to a counselor, see what you can do to help focus. If it's your brain actively fighting for you, you'll thank yourself for getting help. And if it's not, it's their job to help you thrive and set you in the right direction so there isn't harm going. That is a good line, Artsy. I'm gonna tighten it up a little bit. Sorry, I know sometimes my language is very, very scattered, where it's like, let's talk about like genuine compassion and kindness, and then I use terms like tart up the language. Sometimes my vocab does let me down. Dear R. So actually, Artsy Pro, I'm gonna add like a could you. So not that we're saying like do this now. We're like, would you consider? So I put that first line as a question. Then we go, see what you can do to help focus. If it's your brain actively fighting you, you will thank yourself for getting help. So I'm not going to put any specific diagnosis because at least as it's been explained to me is that in this stage we don't want to tell people that they have something because, you know, we could create more problems for that person than we are trying to solve. But encouraging them to go to someone who could tell them whether they do have a genuine medical problem or not. Yeah. Artie's like, yeah, that sentence needs another U, and I can't spell. The Artie Pro, I can't spell either. That was the funny thing is that when I was a kid, like, they did want to diagnose me with ADD, and then they were like, wait a second, you can't spell or read. Went to Helen Arkle, they're like, oh no, he's dyslexic as shit. And that's a whole other kettle of monkeys, like, yeah, every few years there'd be a new air quotes cure for dyslexia. That was always fun. Feck knows what it's like out there now for dyslexics. I hope it's good. That survival game, the tactics survival game with the dog, they actually put a... okay. And I'm going to just tighten that last bit up. It says, here's info. Even, So I'm going to say, if it's not, comma, it's their job. If it's not, comma, it's their job to help you thrive and set you in the right direction. Sorry that people don't believe you, but hang in there. It gets better. Longship. So jumping back in, Walrus said, I think it's really important to say, sorry no one believes you. Oh, Walrus, there we go. So the Dismook says, I was saying some of this in Human Maintenance earlier. Being raised in the public school system in the 90s as dyslexic sucked. Yup. I didn't get diagnosed until my early 20s. Oh, I'm so sorry. And even then, it was only because I went out and got it done myself. See, I got lucky because one of the teachers at my primary school,
Stop that incessant clicking.
J-Post, you fucking legend, thank you. J-Post just gifted a sub to INM. So, if you all don't do enough already. But yeah. And one of the teachers... Oh, counselor is spelled wrong. Don't worry. Let's just quickly... They didn't spell it Inquisitor. This one is definitely a blobfish message. Yeah, so one of the teachers had done a read up about dyslexia, and
Stop that incessant clicking.
J-Post, hunting for house calm.
J-Post, thank you for gifting us up to both INM and the Dismook. That's super lovely of you. Thank you. But yeah, so in school, excuse me. In school, I got lucky because teacher recognized the signs, and the funny thing was the equivalent of, like, you know, your class teacher was like, that's ridiculous. He can read fine. And she's like, wait. What do you mean? Have you seen him read? She's like, yes. I read the sentence and he reads it after. She's like, and my mum's like, you know he's just remembering what you're saying and saying it back, right? She's like, ridiculous. She's like, all right, test him. Go over there and show him a sentence and make him read it. And apparently I couldn't. And they were like, oh. So then they went and got me tested. Yay!
All systems nominal.
Plunge what, oh friend? Yo, that's your 12 months. Plunge, congratulations, friend. We are out here. We're helping some peoples. We're doing good. So grab yourself a cup of tea. We are writing anonymous letters to people around the world to just help them out. Lily says, I never did well in school, and it's mostly my fault. I would always go on the computer to distract myself from stuff going around instead of using homework as the distraction outlet. I mean, like I said earlier, in my personal philosophy, is like state school is something you survive. We were actually talking about this with Fiona the other day, of like, homework teaches you, but it doesn't teach you to remember things. It doesn't teach you how to learn to do stuff. It either teaches you how to manage your time and how to be able to apply yourself outside. And oh, someone said their thanks for a letter you wrote, and another mug sticker. And we got another thank you for a letter, and a kitten plunk sticker. Oh, we are just hoovering up the stickers. Sorry. I lost my train of thought entirely. Anyway, so I got diagnosed with dyslexia, and that meant, yeah, you're not even close to being out of time. Hey you, yes you, you're amazing. No, you're breathtaking. Alright, I lost every train of thought that I had there. Oh yeah, sorry. The concept of homework being a teaching tool, that it doesn't necessarily teach you what you are learning. It either teaches you how to manage your time, or it teaches you how to get out of it. Like, I learned a lot about the world by learning how to get away with not doing homework. Life is amazing. Send you a big hug. Varial says, in school I was always good at like maths, test, and memorization, so I used this power to calculate exactly how much homework I could get away with not doing. Turns out I could do almost no homework and get a C or a B. Yeah. Like, they don't reward people who learn how to game the system, which should obviously be a sight. Like, I'll put my hand up, friends, and say, like, I gamed the system when I was in school. The fact that I didn't get trash grades rather than got mediocre was that I realized, especially for English, that you had to do like a written and a spoken presentation, and I realized the spoken presentation was worth more than the written, so I skived off and just made up this proper heartwarming speech. Fucking beasted it. Got great grades from that one, despite the fact that it was an on-the-spot improvisation. Like, Wara says, what pisses me off is teachers saying homework is for you to help you study. So where's the business if I do it or not? Yeah. I mean, the other thing that I said, and I'm sure this is, well, I hope this is true now. Alright, let's show that. Put the kitty on the wall. And the mug mug. Mug mug. Mug 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 mug. Was that I really could have learned how to do taxes. Like, how to actually pay taxes in school. That would have been great. J-Post says, you've received a grade in Wafflemancy before. We have our gifts, friends. We have our gifts. Yeah, Dismook. The ironic part, best grades, GCSEs, were English, yeah. Though what annoyed me was I was getting pulled out of, like, classes I was good at to have to do these, like, special kid classes. People with genuine mental and learning disabilities. So, yeah. That's a good... alright. We'll go through other things. Yaki Discura says, important thing is achieved, we have a cat. Kitty has been achieved. Now, Salen saying, in my intro to CS class, weighed the homework labs at 90% of the grade, and final midterms remaining 10. Guess who got 50% on the final and an A in the class? It's Salen. Lizzie says, it's difficult to me to say I have regrets about high school. On the one hand, I definitely wish things had gone better. I have been able to raise my hand for help and speak up. On the other, I know what version of me was like. And if I could go back and tell myself to do things differently, I probably wouldn't listen to the advice. I was still very shy back then, still pretty shy now. And I didn't want to bring attention to myself or stand out. I just wanted to hide and get through. Yeah, I mean, high school, I survived. I learned how to deal with mass sleep deprivation from an Ultima Online addiction. And I worked out how to play the system very well. Like, alright, another thing I'll put my hand up and say is, like, if, at least when I took my GCSEs, if you were dyslexic, depending on the class, you could get a reader. And this is someone who reads out the questions for you for multiple choice. The thing is, these people volunteer their time. They genuinely want you to succeed. And the problem is, because they want you to succeed, is that even though they are not explicitly telling you the answers, even though they aren't, they have tells. And as soon as you work out the tells for your reader, because they've done this for like a gajillion people and read the same test to the same people each time. Like, as soon as you work out their tests, you're like, their tells, you're like, oh cool, I got this. Ayako says, I'm getting tested right now for some stuff I could have gotten help with as a child, but did not get noticed since my grades were great. I don't mind it not being noticed before, but the importance of grades, especially when it comes to noticing mental stuff, is a bit scary. Yeah, that you could have some serious problems, but if you're beasting those grades, everyone's like, hey! The old, the difference between, like, madness and genius, right? Hindle says, one of the problems I have is I can clearly pinpoint the source of my mental issues, and it's always school. Sorry to say, but the schools I went to, both primary and secondary, did not handle issues well, and they have no doubt been a factor in my mental health being messed up as it is. Yeah, I'm sorry you went through the ringer, Hindle. And for all that I say that school is just a thing you survive and school is nonsense. Oh, life is awesome. You're awesome. As much as I say, like, flippant things about school, like, it does have a massive effect on who we are and the people we become. So, yeah, I'm never gonna downplay those things as they affect peeps. You know, we had our little squad of nerds. We hung out. None of us really gave a crap about getting good grades. Mostly cared about trying to get a girlfriend and trying to get more hours in the day to play more video games. God, in high school, my friend Nate won when Metal Gear Solid 2 came out.
he let me just basically stay at his house for 2 days and finish it. I've landed the recycling yet? No. You can play with the stuff! Whoever this person is from Norway is being great. That must be I can play with the cat. Join back in, Rhymesmoose says, I got a strange kind of lucky and unlucky from school. I got put into a gifted program, which was actually pretty great in my area. And got pretty damn far before ADHD anxiety issues really caused problems I couldn't deal with. That's way cool. That's way cool. Anyway, we don't need to spend our day. Well, Digihug from Italy, like. For both the good and the ill that you went through, friends, like, I'm glad we're all here now at this bizarre little intersect of the world. Like, and I've talked about this a lot. I have done good, and I have been a monstrous villain. You know, I have been a very, very affluent man, and I have been a, as you saw, poor bloke with a broken hand living on his mate's sofa. And I'm not happy that any of you have gone through the ringer, and I'm not happy that any of you have had these bad times. But the person you are now, here, I'm happy to know him. And yeah, we should always strive to be better tomorrow than we are today, you know. We should always strive to be a little bit more compassionate, a little bit more caring, strive to do a little bit more in the world. Some days that's possible, some days it's not. But, yeah. Not to be a begging monstrous cheese ball of a chode, but yeah, I mean it. I am happy to know the person you are now, and I am happy we got such a good crew. Alright, now before I get too cheesy, let's help some people. Yeah! Okay, no, I'm sorry, that's too close to home. Sorry. That one was way too close to home. I apologize, but this person says, I wish I could be easier on myself. I've been so cruel to myself lately, and it's because I'm in a choir, I can't see the alto part at all. I feel like I don't belong. They promise I do. How do I stop tearing myself apart? Artistic feels someone who is specifically dedicating themselves to a craft and doesn't feel they match up. How can we help lowercase n? Dear N. Sorry says, I believe schools need to prep kids for life after leaving education, like taxes and bills. God, yes. Core skills should be part, and we need to be giving more credit to kids to begin with. Okay, no, I see what you're saying. The more credit to kids and begin to listen to them. Sometimes they behave like adults, and the adults like kids. It's very true. Theodora says, write down the little things you can feel okay or good about. Help yourself reflect on the good things. That's a lovely little thing. I think we need to write something. I think that is that's the closing line, Theodora. So what do we say? It's a person who doesn't have faith in themselves. What can we say to them? Walrus Ware says, Dear M, having the strength to listen to other real people over your own insecurities is difficult, but you can do it. Wow. Damn, Walrus, that's on the nose. In a good way. In a very good way. Write down the little things you can feel okay or good about. Help yourself reflect on the good things. That's dope. You know what? That's really nice and succinct, because we're not trying to tell them their craft, and we're not trying to tell them, like, psh, you're being dumb and stupid. See? This is how we get stuff done, friends. And they can have a kitty sticker. Item says, kind of digging the soundtrack. That sounds almost Boards of Canada, like Wobbly Wobbly Techno Club. Yeah, I'm digging it as well.
Artsy Poe is saying you will always be the hardest on yourself no matter how well you are going. Step back, get an opinion from someone you trust, be honest, and ask both good and bad. Sometimes getting out of your own head is a solid option. Yeah. I mean, Artsy Poe, that's on point. And I'm sure you've never had to experience that as an artist. Oh, and Lizzie's showing that if you want the OST for this title, and it's there. Wow, this is just a straight up question. Any good Chinese series that will help me pick up the language? Oh, what's the one with the really cool puppets? Something Thunderbird. Like really cool puppets. I don't remember it, it's killing me. And the Auntie Poe was like, no, never been an issue. No, not at all. Item says, does the reindeer eat your letters? Thunderbolt Fantasy, yes. Wait, is it spelt with a P or an F? Because Atari and Alnus both put it forward. Cryer sticks you in terror. Cryer says, like, I've been waiting for anyone named D to tell them to become Vampire Hunter D. Alright. Dear D. Try... Oh, I'm gonna say a combination of Duolingo and... Oh, is it Duolingo? The one with the angry bird that stalks you. 6 pairs of feet, like, put your F's in chat now. For fantasy. F's for fantasy. Yeah. Put your Duolingos in chat now. It's the bird. You know that bird's killed people, right? You know that bird has killed people. No! Try a combination of Thunderbolt Fantasy and Duolingo. So jumping back in, Rickja, how you doing? Rickja says, who's now streaming at GameWorks? I don't. Well, I am gonna be helping GameWorks like chat with whoever's gonna be jumping in there next. But yeah, my residency has come to an end. It's pretty feckin'. I do miss everybody and I miss hanging out there. It's nice being in my own space again, you know? And, like, GameWorks have been feckin' lovely about it. So, yo. How you doing, Richter? Aya saying, it's getting late here, and my heart starts to feel too much feels. Good night, everyone. And Aikwa, thank you for coming. We've helped out so many people. The beats have been chill, the advice has been good. 6 pairs of feet says Thunderbolt Fantasy is Taiwanese. Ah, I apologize. I thought Thunderbolt Fantasy was in Mandarin. Alright. I need a good... I need a good Chinese language... Like, I need a good Chinese language series. I thought it was Thunderbolt Fantasy, I really did. So, I do apologize there, friends. TSCTH says, so this is a game where you just converse with anonymous people while listening to chill beats. Yup. And sometimes we send out random advice. If people believe that we are doing good, they can send us stickers, which we can use to decorate. Which we can use to decorate a whole bunch of stuff, including our little tiny base and yeah. Sorry. Can you recommend a good Chinese language drama? Lizzie says the martial arts puppets with the amazing anime graphics. Yup. Thunderbolt Fantasy is dope. I've not watched nearly as much as it as I want to, but I assure you that I'm gonna. Richter says, look, doing good. Looking for jobs. Think about streaming tonight. What are you going to roll into? That was the question. What are you going to be streaming? Sorry, Rick Joe is also a fellow games industry dev friend who also belts out some streams and stuff. Sorry, it's me being I'm trying to remember a fucking. So Greenfire, I guess I'm looking for a recommendation. What is a Chinese drama that you would recommend? So something that someone could just like watch a bunch of episodes for and get kind of like an ear for that particular setup. Oh, Hindle, hugs to you, friend. Keep fighting the good fight. Hindle's like, probably worded that poorly. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, Hindle, have some good sleeps. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're playing The Surge. So we're going to go from like helping people out to helping people remove their own limbs. And then wearing them as armor. Alright, Asari's going to look up. Oh, excuse me. In fact, I need a cup of tea in a second. Where'd that yawn come from? Bloody hell. Also, this lighting plus this backlot is making me look like my eyes are super red. Salen says the Marvel Cinematic Universe Infinity Saga box set was announced. Only 550 USD. Only. Oh, good. Does it come in a tiny Batmobile? Which is from DC. But that's not the point. I'm spending that much. I better get a bloody motorbike at the same time. Random says, I realise most of my Eastern movie watching is supposed to be Japanese, a bit of South Korean and Indonesian. Yeah, I don't watch enough Chinese cinema. I mean, Hinder was recommending the good, the bad, and the weird. But I think films might not help because what you need something like conversational, something with a lot of drama, something that's got like 50 episodes. Item says, wait, Drunken Master with Jackie Chan? I don't know how helpful those are because what did we watch the other night? Was it Ip Man? No, we tried watching something. Anyway, the point is that for some of those old like Hong Kong cinema, they overdub they basically just record them all and then overdub them even with the original Chinese, which means that there can be lip sync problems. And you want something that's going to immerse someone in a language. It's dude, I gotta have a look at this, friends. Does it come in a gigantic fist? It does not. All 23 Marvel Cinematic films for the low price of Will dying of $550 or $45 a month for a year. Terrifying. Yeah, we're gonna file that under a big old bag of nope. Oh, Clank, that's a real good point. Friendos, there are a bunch of games that just got added to the Humble Store. If you were looking for a thing, there's a bunch of bundles up. While we try and remember what this bloody show is. Excuse me. Hi, my name's Will. I'm fucking dying. Oh, I know what I need. I need a cup of tea. Alright. So, friendos, I'd like to make a... Alan says, like, that's $23 per film. What a saving, right? You'll know that's going to be on Netflix in a while. So Camille says, I like K-dramas about medieval Chinese lore. Yo! If this person was trying to learn Korean, we'd be feckin' set. Alright, friends, will you excuse me? I'm just gonna go pop the kettle on, because I need another cup of tea, because my throat's being an ass. By the way, I know I've been sneezing a lot. I feel fine. This is just the tail end of this cold. You know, the bit where it's all like, bleh, where you've already beat it off and you're just kind of... Okay, phrasing there, Will. When you beat it, but you're still dealing with getting ready of it. So Asari says there's a series called Eternal Love on my list, and it looks amazing. Well, alright. So we're going to recommend, Dear D, try a combination of a series called Eternal Love and Duolingo. Oh, here we go. Stu just found top 10 TV shows to help you learn Mandarin. Good search. Okay. I am not going to be able to copy paste those, but what I am going to do is say also there is an excellent list of the top 10 shows. There's an excellent list online of the top 10 shows to help you learn Mandarin, which should be capitalized. Mandarin. Good luck on your journey. It'll be entirely worth it. How's that? Dismook's like, okay, also will go hydrate. Fine. Dismook says, alright kiddos, I'm gonna bounce. Have fun spreading kindness. We shall. Alright, so let's send that one with a copy mug sticker, because they're going to be doing a lot of learning. Camille says Eternal Love is one of the ones I've been watching. Nice! Well, so, Greenfire, the reason why I didn't ask for anime recommendations is, again, what I want to do, what I think helps so much in those long-form dramas is so much of the shot and so much of it is two people talking at each other, and you can see all of the clear movements and the pronunciations as they come across. So, if you're trying to get down how to pronounce certain words, whilst also listening to them, you can see how they're pronounced, and that goes from there. That's why I didn't want to recommend Drunken Master and stuff like that, because a few of them have actually, at least by my understanding, what they do is they record the action and they dub over the vocals. So what they do is they just have a film group on set and then they talk over it. But it can result in a little visual disconnect. Anime is really cheap to produce because what happens is the character moves in, stops, and then they just kind of make the mouth go to meet the vocals, to meet the dialogue of the voice actor. But it means that there's a weird disconnect between the face shape and the sound coming through. Oh yeah, okay, Dismook's gonna kick my ass when I go hydrate. No, we're not doing chainmail. Aww, that's super cute. So someone says, this is not a request from me, but all I ask is when you feel low, talk to someone. We're here. Your story isn't over. Fucking hell, this game's good. Oh wow, this person's back. Alright, friends, I'm going to make a cup of tea, but I think this is one we can help with. Our student says, when I was taking Japanese, my teacher from Japan would actually give her students a children's book for Japanese kids. I honestly think kids' shows would be a better suggestion, but that might be a better opinion. Yeah, I don't know how we would get access to children's shows in Mandarin. You know what I mean? Yeah, as Miyaki's Killer says, thank you, E. That's such a lovely bit of. Now, this is one that I have done a couple times now, saying I've moved countries and I struggle with making friends. I feel like every effort I make of conversations are being ignored. It's worsening my already bad self-image. I don't know if I can study in a foreign country anymore. I want to go home. So I think this is one we can help with. I'm gonna go make a cup of tea. So BRBT again. And I think this is one we can help with because, yeah, moving overseas, the distance, God, when you realize there's a little point when you move overseas, when the whirlwind stops and you're not moving or unpacking and you just kind of sit there and you suddenly realize the physical distance from home. And God, it's flooring. It's absolutely flooring. Right. Love you, friendos. I'll be back in just a second with a brand new cup of tea. Please don't go anywhere. Yeah.
Sneaky chaos.
Well, the kettle is entirely unplugged, so it's going to take a little... J-Post! You cheeky Mother Hubbard! You sneaky bits. You sneaky bit. Just creeping those 200 bits in there. Think I wouldn't notice. Think you could sneak one up on old Will? Well, joke's on you, because I'm eating chocolate. Oh, God. Sorry, cheeky T-burps. So, kettle's still boiling, so we have to wait a second. So... Oh, Christic says, Kay, so it sounds like you moved to Finland. So sorry. You're a terror, Christix. You're a terror. Don't ever change. Okay, okay. Dear Kay. So Theodora says if you're in my country, join a club, volunteering group, or a sports team. Like, we do not speak well with anyone much. It is an interesting one because, like, especially in the US, there is a culture of just, like, striking up a conversation with people. Hey, Arrow Griffin. What, old friend? How are you doing? Oh, Ansari is going to bed. Sorry, go get some excellent sleep, friend. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're playing an incredibly violent video game where we chop people's limbs off and turn them into robots. Video games are weird. So good. Theodora again, thank you for this chocolate. Right. So good. But it is a tricky question. Like, how do you integrate? Like, how do you find space in a foreign culture? Like, I want to say to them, like, it's okay. You'd feel this level of disconnect even if you had a ton of friends, but Theodora, it's super tasty. Yeah, Camille, that's a great way of putting it. So here's where to start. Dear Kate, it's okay to feel that disconnect. You'd still be feeling it even if you had a... Aurora says the music is starting to get to me now. I mean, as in like too repetitive or feelsy? Because I can find us like, you know, one of like the Zelda jams or something like that. Oh, feels wise. Oh, I'm sorry. It's really good music. What? Okay, the tea sign is because I'm gonna go and get tea. I have to wait for the kettle to boil. I'm learning how to do this back in a place where I have to make tea myself. I'm definitely going to lean with what Camille was saying about going on adventures, exploring, because this person is only studying abroad. They're only going to be there for a short time. And, like, win, lose, or draw, they're going to take an experience away with them. Encouraging explorations, encouraging more adventures, encouraging them to go out and explore and experience is so important. Because this could be an experience that shapes them. Like, it's amazing that at the time, things that seem very mundane in an external country give you such a fresh perspective. Not on just that culture, but on your own, on life. And that's dope. And Dizzy, that's some good practical advice. Alright, so I want to stay with, it's okay to feel that disconnect. Then say, have you considered going on food adventures? Actually, you know what? Ditch my first line. So we're gonna go on into food adventures, and then like, and then I'm gonna kind of paraphrase Lizzie's being like, have a look on social media for groups of other, I don't want to say expats, other other English-speaking groups. How can I phrase it? How can I phrase it? Yeah, good point. I shouldn't assume that they're a native English speaker. Oh, travelers. There we go. I didn't want to use the separation kind of language. It'll help a lot. Good luck. Good luck, and make sure to have a ton of fun. What do you think? The Miyaki said when I studied abroad, students in my class would group together to explore the area. It felt safer that even if we got lost, we had each other's backs. True. Lizzie said that when they were in South Korea, the government IDs literally used the word aliens, which was hilarious. Alnus, it's not a trick of the mind. I am actually going to go get some tea in a second. Alright, I'm going to send that one. Nah, I'm good. Alright. Oh! So someone sent their thanks. Someone sent their thanks for the letter you wrote and another Mug sticker. Lovely. So let's just see if there's... Oh, so there aren't that many tracks. So let's get our Zelda jams going, because they are perfect for this. As good as these are, we are very well prepared for this. How's that? How's that, friends? Also, Lizzie, thank you for putting all the events up on the Discord. Okay, I'm just going to go pour a quick cuppa. And if you want to think of any, like, one-liners. So, for those of you who've just joined us, one of the other things we can do is we can just say nice things to people around the world. We can just, like... So, for example, let's see what this one is. Jesus. No. Caught that one. Don't be an ass. Love the it's over, isn't it? Paper plane, Steven Universe. I'm waiting for Steven Universe future. Oh my word. Oh yeah, okay, you're right. Theodora, you're right. I'm gonna get a cuppa. So friends, think about things we can throw on there. All right, I'll be back in just a second. Except for when the button doesn't work. Hello, I have returned. I have a cup of tea, and I'm not passing on chainmail. I'm not turning into this, forward this... Love you too, mate. I am not turning this into some bizarre feckin' like, please pass on this letter or you will have 20 million years of bad luck. Yeah, there is always something to look forward to. Mecha Noel's immediately like, 19! 19! I will not risk it! Oh, lordy, lordy. Got my little setup now. Oh. Mecha Noel says, oh, spicy ramen is right. Laura says, I'm the one who really hates being told I love you by strangers. I can see where you're coming from. It's something that should come from the heart. It shouldn't ever be like well, in my humble opinion, it shouldn't be a gimmick. Like, you know, when I tell it to you lot, it's because, you know, we've gone through the fire and the fury. We've survived a whole bunch of stuff together, and here we are kicking ass. I need way better lighting. But I don't say it flippantly or casually. You know what I'm saying? Well, okay, thanks a lot, Mecha Noel. Now you've made everyone want spicy ramen. Are you happy? Have a terrific Tuesday, everyone. I hope you have the best one ever. You know what? I'm having a pretty bloody good Tuesday as is. Laura says, I'm not saying it feels disingenuous to the other person. It makes me feel weird. Oh, that's fair. Okie dokie. Oh, god darn it! 21 because I saw 20. Send 22 if you got this. Okay. I got 23. You all made me cave. Who's next? Also have a grand Tuesday. I caved. There. Are you happy? Lizzie like, Mecha Noel, in World's defense, we have made him cry multiple times. That's true. How are you doing, Relu? I saw you pop in earlier, but how much of... Oh god, excuse me, that T-Bird came out of nowhere. Thursday. What a concept. How much of this game have you seen so far? Oh damn, no. Gotta skip the parental ones. Okay, this is one we can help with. So friends, this one says, ugh, I'm constantly tired lately. Can't get enough sleep due to commitments this month. Strong big mood. Worried I'll screw up something due to a lack of energy. Has anyone else got some tips for staying energized and motivated? Car. Dear B. Coffee for days. Not the actual answer. I don't... Like, friends, this game is not about sarcasm and it's not about mean jokes, but I kind of want to write back and, dear B, if you work out how to do this, how to be successful and productive and energetic through sleep deprivation, please tell the rest of us because we need to know. Oh, Beadora just being practical to the... Dear B, remember to hydrate. Vitamins and salt can help as well. Regular meals if you can manage it. Yeah, Beadora, like, Arrow's saying the same. Power naps. Power naps are also a good idea. even just 20 minutes here and there. Relu's saying, did B give yourself regular breaks? Even if you only work for 15 minutes, take a break for 5. It seems, I mean, but what they're implicating does seem like it's more their external commitments rather than their workload. Icy water instead of caffeine to stay alert. That is valid. Especially if your teeth are sensitive. That'll wake you right. I mean, what? I am going to send them the coffee mug, though. Relu's like, yeah, seeing friends for 15 minutes is work for us introverts, Will. That is a fair point, and I apologize. I mean, I was trying to explain to someone the other day that, like, well, people do like to split hairs in types and definitions. Like, for me, spending time in a large crowd of people is something that genuinely helps. God, especially like going to cons, going to conferences, going to events. If it wasn't for all the drinking afterwards, I'd probably be hypercharged. Arrow says, even if it's a break from current project, don't burn yourself out. Okay, so we've got 2 sets of things. I want to end with something along the lines of, but make sure more than anything to take care of yourself. You're no good to anyone if you... You're no good to anyone if you... Okay. You know what I'm saying? But above all, make sure to take care of yourself. It is better to drop a commitment. It's better to drop one commitment than burn out and have to drop them all. Because this person seems to be very much focused on how much they are committed to doing in a mindset that seems to be indicative of like, well, these are... I've signed up, I have to do these. And giving people the mental language to be able to give themselves a break. One of the things that someone did with me, which really helped, was what they called the DDR method. And I don't know how many of you have played Dance Dance Revolution, but if your timing slips, you can basically fail an entire song because you're trying to hit all the different pads after you've messed up on one, right? So what a friend of mine taught me was both in DDR and in life, sometimes it's better to just take a beat, like literally like let a few of those notes pass, and then once you have your bearings, then go back at it again. And yeah, you have to let a couple of things slide, but you win overall rather than failing. And that one's kind of like echoed. That's one of those ones in the back of my head, like nothing worth doing is ever easy. Like little turns of phrase, little thoughts. Beadora says, bear hugs are the only not good bear hugs though. Indeed. I've seen that film with Leonardo DiCaprio. Bear hugs can be bad. Oh, Beadora, yes. That is a great way of end with you are not selfish for... you are not selfish for taking care of yourself. XD Johnny XB, they filter a lot of the puns and silly answers out, so yeah. Yeah. Flaccid, how you doing? I miss you. I forgot that I have to go get water, so everyone bullied me into getting water, but I have an actual fresh cup of tea right here. Varial says that is a brilliant way to think of that. As a Guitar Hero player, what you just said is going to stick with me. Yeah. And Varials, especially as you get closer and closer to like big launch, there's going to be like 20 things going on. And you're going to be chasing all of them. Some of them you just have to let slide, so you can just take a moment, take a breath, and then catch up with everything else. Beadora, I have hydrated, but that was only after you lot told me to. Placid said, less dead, getting better. That's good to hear. Are you still at home today? Hail hydrate! And Strake says, dropping commitments for my own health is definitely something I'm working for. Yeah. Like, I'm super, super duper glad that we got to hang out on Sunday, but I was very, very impressed that you were there. I thought you were just gonna crash and... yeah. Mechanoel plugs Dark Souls controller... plugs guitar controller into Dark Souls 3. And secretly Robin, what-ho, friend, what-ho? Yes, this is the new pad. And, for those of you just joining us, this is what Fiona wrote on the back. Welcome to Longship 3, and it's been 0 days since chat has made Will cry. Fiona wrote that. That's my sober certificate, and the full cavalcade of squishies are all over there. River was chilling-nilling with us, but River decided to go on a tiny adventure. So yeah, this is my new gaff. It still needs... oh god, cheeky T-burps. It still needs more setting up. Strake's like, I slept 12 hours Saturday, Sunday. I did crash. Hey up, Chalk! Walrus says, those are some fancy bed sheets. They were on sale on Amazon.
Oh, hi.
Hey, we're helping people.
We're helping people.
Oh, so this is called Kind Words.
Okay, you got it working.
Yeah, there was a guff up with Keymailer, but yeah, so we're just dealing with this one. Someone said, blech, I'm constantly tired lately. I can't get enough sleep due to commitments this month, or I'll screw something up due to lack of energy. Has anyone got some tips on staying energized and motivated?
I'm here.
And we will admit that most of us responded with, Dear B, if we work this out, we will tell you. But, you know, people have given some genuine health tips, and then Walrus was saying, like, also, it's not selfish to take care of yourself. Like, burning out is bad. I'm trying not to put, like, a negative spin on the word, so I'm not trying to be like, don't you burn out, or I'll come hit you with my feet.
My feet.
That wasn't a great threat, I admit.
Nope.
Oh yeah, also, Flaccid, hey, it's possibly Fiona. Is it possibly you?
It's possibly me.
Are you still kicking off at 5?
Yes.
So, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, just to let you know, I am the warm-up act today. So at 5, in about 40 minutes, we're going to be raiding Fiona in the other room. Fiona is going to be getting high as balls and playing Goose Game. I just want to let you know. Lord Lost, like, Will, show us the dog. What, 8? Have you lot not met River yet? This is River. Hey you. How you doing? Obsidipan donated the treats for you, so next time we go to the dog bar, you're going to have a great time. As you can see, I'm still setting up in here. It's not quite done. But I'm getting it together. Oh, did I show you my wall of pins, though? This was one of the first things I put up. All my feckin' pin collection. So yeah, if you'll ever send me any enamel pins, they will go on the wall of honor. Last like, Will, we still not done unpacking. I know! I got back from TwitchCon and stuff happened. Greetings to you, the Burning Fist. Watto and welcome. It's like I'm still unpacking.
Who wants to sing?
I don't know who this is, but they're hosting me for some reason. Aspect says the mic is the right way around. Yes, because I can have it the right way around. The reason the mic was backwards before was to remove as much of the background noise as possible. Like, friends, I was listening to some of the early GameWorks episodes, and even when I then put the noise gate on, what I ended up doing, and I still think this was genius, is I flipped my Yeti and had it pointing down. So basically what you heard was me talking at the PC and it coming back. Ninja Falcon, Watto friend. Yep, GameWorks finally threw me out. Turns out 1 gigapretzel, 1 gigapretzel too many. No, my little residency at GameWorks came to an end, and like I was telling people, like originally John had me in for 3 months, and we ended up staying for like 5. I had the most exceptional summer there. I'm on really good terms with Bear, with so many people. Bear is the guy who runs that particular GameWorks. And I volunteered my services not only to do like consultancy stuff, but like help them with the next person that goes in there. And Bear even said that, like, you know, if I end up going stir crazy at home and they still haven't got someone and still don't know what they're going to do with that space, they're happy to have me back. Like, how long has it been since I've left the place where they invited me back afterwards? You know what I'm saying? So, how are you doing, River? Earlier today, friends, we were talking about the Blizzard situation in the Chinese market. Alright, I'm going to send that across now, because that's got a nice little, like, advice, take care of yourself. This is one I might skip. Someone else can handle that one. Oh, okay, this is one we can help with. Rhymesmith says, this aside, it's going to be really interesting to see how River reacts to you reacting to horror games and streams. Oh, good. It's going to be interesting to see... Okay, no. I was about to say something. That was very silly. Oh, to the Burning Fist as well. And those of you who just joined us, if we haven't met, my name is Will. It is lovely to make your acquaintance. I used to work in video games. These days, I play something different every day. Today, we are playing a game called Kind Words, where we answer anonymous letters from people around the world and try and just make them feel a little bit better. That's it. Sometimes, if we want to, we can just send like little motivational posts out into the world, and sometimes we can just write things here. But yeah, this person said, there are days that I just want to go to bed and sleep a lot. Forget all the bad things about these days. Today has been like that. And I think this is one we can answer easy. Arrow says, I just want to send some of these people a hug and a hot chocolate. Yeah. Ninja Falcon, these are written by other peoples. So, like, for all that we talk about doing good here on the Longship, like, we're actually putting pen to paper and helping some people. Birding says, yeah, sounding nice for a while. I've been on here, I think, sometime last year or so. Well, Burning Fist, welcome back, friend. Oh, and friendos, if you have a look at the events page, you can see what we've got going down this week. It is a cavalcade of weirdness. Tomorrow we're playing The Surge 2. Thursday we got Jesse Cox on the show. Friday we got Kyle on the show for some more Blackout Club. And Saturday we are returning to The Club. Walrus, that's great. Walrus, I'm going to go with that ad infinitum. Kestrel saying, but when is Mike Cox coming back? Yeah, will no one rid me of this meddlesome Cox? Mike Cox is just like, I never left. Alright, Mike Cox is basically the Longship Snake Plissken, you know what I'm saying? Naked Snake. Oh. Earl says, that sounds like a monkey's paw wish if ever I heard one. Theodora says, oh, Shackle!
Will Noah help Will with his Mike Cox problem?
You know what? I phrased that badly. So Shackle, thank you for repping for House Order. Giving 3 people some funky little RPG emotes. Thank you for the 200 bits! Yeah! Ray says the Age of Wonders rematch is the anniversary stream. That should be a party. Oh, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. The Goblins are coming back. The High Elves are rebranding as Hobbits because both Fiona and Baron tend to get high as tiny kites. They're not really High Elf material. They're definitely like, I mean, Hufflepuff as heck, am I right? Robin says that I have a UE4 project open on my computer. Are you happy now? Ecstatic. All I had to do was bully you for a year. I kid. Robin, I'm really happy that you're put into craft. I'm sure you know, like, don't stress on making everything perfect first time. Don't stress on making everything today, but go you, all right? And again, same thing that I said to a bunch of other people. When you end up making millions selling your game, please send me some money so I can sponge off you. When you sell like 3 million copies, please send me some cash. And Flaccid said, maximum speed, maximum gurgling. Yeah, by that time, Flaccid, we will all be healed up. Because I'm kind of in this no man's land where I got sick, I got better, but now I've got like a bit of a sniffle, and I'm not feeling 100%, I've got a bit of a sore throat. Send a kitty sticker. Sorry, someone had a really good line to close it off with, and I missed it. Miyaki Screw said, take time to take care of yourself. Someday, when you have the energy, perhaps reach out to someone you trust. Theodora said, I read chill soup. I guess that's the opposite to spicy nudes. You're asking about my nudes? Mecha Noel says, hot nudes, thank you very much. All nudes are hot nudes when you think about it. Because otherwise they're just crunchy snacks. And yes, I have eaten feckin' super noodles raw out the packet. Life comes at you fast. Arrow says, come on Will, we all know Thor stole your nudes. No, because Stooge and Strays got me a nudes pin, or the noodle pin from TwitchCon. I have nudes that Thor has not stolen. The unstolen nudes. That's what my Harry Potter book will be called. Will Overguard and the Unstolen Nudes. Boris is like, who hasn't eaten super noodles out of the packet? I assume healthy, functioning humans. Yeah, Theodora, that's a good repost. Some days, the best part is being able to look back at the day and say, today is over with, I made it. I always like saying that about, we don't need to sign this one. When you have particularly crappy days at work, I always like thinking to myself, like, that's the great thing about the working day, is it has to end. Wara says, well, meh to proper functioning humans then. No, we're not doing banter. Bloody hell. Who wants to tackle this one? So it says, hi, kind soul. I feel stuck in my life right now. I'm 30. Hi, I'm 34. My girlfriend keeps telling jokes about how she doesn't want to marry after being in my dream job. The only one I could get is one where I don't feel like I'm taken seriously. Don't you pause. Don't you pause. You get the cone of shame. I will tell Fiona on you. I will dob you in. Cutie patootie. Mechanoel, Will Overguard and the Functional Mind. Ninja says, and this game has been purchased. Yeah. Like. And the fact that doing something in your pastime. Also, Ninja, the soundtrack to this game is really good. It got a little repetitive for us because we were listening to it for like 3 hours straight. But yeah. So Casual says, what's stopping people from being arses? Is there an algorithm or an honor system? A bit of both, plus I think their moderation team is like super gun-ho, super hot. The Dreamer, how are you doing? What? Oh, friend, hello. You good there, River?
good. Cutie sleepy dog. Sleepy dog. I think I want to skip this one, and I don't want to say that R's feelings are invalid, and I don't want to say that he's having. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't assume he. I apologize. I only assumed because of the way he spoke about like girlfriend and you know, importance of significance at work. I just. Okay, as I feel there's a certain level of understanding I have with this writer, and one of the things that I would want to say to them is that you are not communicating these feelings with the people in your life. Like, this is, from the way they're phrasing this, the way they... It sounds like they've internalized all of their feelings about their relationship and about their profession. Like, jobs you can change. Dash says, I have returned at 4:30 as advised. Also, I got through the worst of prod issues. Dash, I say this with love and respect, because you know, I respect you wholeheartedly, but the worst of prod issues is push to live on Friday. Fine, we'll push it live on Friday. Any problems we'll fix on Monday. What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? Dash is like, yeah, that is. Guess who holds the keys? Now, Dash, I know that you don't have physical keys for that, but I like to imagine you did. That you just brought up this, like, jailer's, like, chain of keys. Okay. I'm sorry, I just brought back a lot of bad memories for a lot of people. Alpha's like, just don't make me relive those nightmares. Rhymes and Moose says, counterpoint, pushed alive the day before a long weekend. Beater says, are those 2 red keys? Alright, okay, we can handle this one. So, dear R. Oh, Mecha Noel was saying, you should talk to your girlfriend. She's your girlfriend, and she wants what's best for you. It might be time to evaluate together what that is. Well, see, maybe this just comes from, I'm just kind of projecting a lot of, like, masculine an opinion on this one, but this really does feel like someone, because the stuck in a rut bit is what keeps up in here. This person isn't having massive relationship problems, but they are stewing. They're stewing on an aspect of it which will become a problem in time. Like, right now, they need to have a very, very honest conversation with their girlfriend, even though it seems very silly. Because today's jokes is a thing that will absolutely destroy them later. And Mecha Noel, absolutely, death toxic masculinity. But we can't murder the patriarchy today. And even if we did, we'd still be, you know, dealing with the after effects of it. Like, for all of my tendencies, even I occasionally get stuck with a sting of pride, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And Moose, you're entirely correct. The jokes about marriage part does make me think they need to have a solid conversation about what they want in the future. Because by the sounds of it, their partner is joking about it because they probably feel like they're going to be that couple that's together forever, doesn't tie the knot, doesn't want to have kids, that kind of thing. And that's fine. But by the sounds of things, this person does.
R wants to get married, or at least since they've been told that their partner doesn't, it's reevaluated them. A lot of mask friends of mine will say blind they do not want to have children, don't want to have kids, hate the idea of kids, not having kids. But when they are confronted with a partner that also doesn't want them, it changes. It changes their perspective, because suddenly they're not running from the fear of, suddenly someone's presenting to them the possibility of you never having children. And then suddenly the thought change. You know what I'm saying? The job stuff, they need to get another job. That's going to be one of those ones that just irks them until the end of time. Like, I mean, it all does depend on where they are in the world, you know, depending on the availability of decent jobs, but I'm going to recommend to them stealth look for another job. You don't have to quit, but options are always delicious. Yeah, as Meganor says, it's still vital to communicate with the partner, yeah. But if this person is Helen Mask, I don't want to talk down to them, because they're going to be like, you don't know me. I went to being a dude school. I'm qualified being a dude. Yeah, Kestrel's very right, saying it's easy to say you don't want kids when you feel like you have a choice, but once that choice is taken away, you expect it to change. I wonder if that's the same thing that's happened here with R. Like, one of those people that didn't want to get married, didn't want to do the rigmarole, and then their partner was like, nah, marriage is lame and butts, we're not doing that. And then suddenly, the idea, some element of marriage is something that R wants. Now, it could be that R is a very practical person, and the idea of having, you know, that piece of paper, that ring, that name, that title, adds mental and emotional stability to them, to something which already has all of the machinations. Sorry, I should phrase that better, because machinations from Machiavelli has all of the mechanics of a marriage. You know, yeah. Rhymes with Moose. Thank you, saying. And being a dude school teaches an open-ended course on how to feck up all of your relationships. God does it. Thanks a lot, toxic masculinity. Yeah. Anyway, this isn't a day about talking about Will, but this isn't gonna sneeze. Actually, Walrus, that's a good perception, and I hadn't considered that. And Walrus said, I think it might also be not the marriage part, the combination of everything that makes them feel they should be further along in life. That's fair. I mean, if I ever seem like very punk or very blasé, please remember that Will was doing the real life tango like in his early 20s. Like, I fell into good work when I was in London. I was making enough to buy a house, and me and my at the time partner, we were engaged. We put in an offer in a house, which would later burn down in the London riots, so thank fuck we didn't buy that one. But that all fell apart when the recession hit, so I've kind of been, I don't know, I don't bother with comparing my life plan to others, you know? To quote Kakashi, it ain't gonna be the first time you meet someone who's better than me and younger than you. There are just some of those people who just hit the right job, make a shit ton of money, buy a house, do the real life thing, and that's happy for them and it locks them down. Mecca's like, I dropped out of being a dude school, look at me now! Kicking ass and taking names, Mecca. Kicking ass and taking names. Like, you know, you owning who you are and ditching Toscan. I know how to do words good, almost like it's my job. Laura says this person isn't married in the job they have a don't like, so they might be feeling they should have done more. I think I'm bowing out this one now. What a... Okay, no, Walrus, bow in and out of conversations as you need, but your insight's real cool. He's gonna get a little spacey as well. So what I was gonna say is, dear R, I feel you should have an honest conversation with your partner. It doesn't sound like you have problems, but, you know, I'm sure they only want you to be happy. Jaran's like, I did okay in How to Be a Dude school. Did better in How to Be a Girl school. NB Bunny. We got ourselves a badass squad of different peeps here. Alpha's like, hi R, I'm 31 and never been on a date. So... Dear R, I have done things that most people would consider to be a massive success. And in the eyes of especially toxic masculine douchebags, I would be considered a winner. But during that period of my life, I was the most unhappy and I did the most damage to the people I cared about. It's okay to be in a quiet job and have a good partner. I'm not actually going to say that, just... Mario, you got a tune for this, Mario. Sorry. Anyway, what I want to say to them is just, dear R, sitting down and talking with your partner honestly about how you feel would be great. I think they only want the best for you, and at this point, like, everything's cool. Sorry, you know what I'm saying. So, dear R, sitting down and talking honestly with your partner about how you feel will probably help loads. They only want the best for you and for you to be happy. Alright, Will's clever words have fallen out. There's the problem is I use a lot of clever words when I speak, can't spell any of them. Yeah, Rhymes and Moose, this crew is the best. Like, no feckin' doubt. Why you lot keep me around? I don't know. Beodora, that is the loveliest response. Beodora being like, I'm not sure what an NB bunny is, but it sounds really kawaii. It does sound adorable, and I'm pretty sure it is adorable. The Dream is like, I like this tune when it comes on. Yep. Okay. Lord Lost is not a cult. Good. Darren Maniac, how you doing? Watto friend. So this setup is called Kind Letters. And this is literally a game where we write kind letters to people. People write anonymous little notes about things that are upsetting them or things that are bothering them or things they just want to talk about. And we anonymously write them support back. It's not about solving their problems and it's not about like providing them with solutions. Just writing some kind words. Did I say kind letters or kind words? God darn it. Why am I doing this? Yep, kind words. Thank you, Arrow. You can also write anonymous things just to the crowd that come through as little like paper airplanes, but that's in the story, right? Ah, Darren Maniac, I know Kenshi. I was actually going to have one of the crew who's been playing it a lot more than me take us through. And they're trying to decide what engine to use for Kenshi 2, which would be great, which would be fucking rad. Yeah. It is interesting how through internet communities we learn how to unlearn so much of what we're told as kids. I do find that fascinating. But there we go. Okay.
Let's go.
I kind of want to say that, like, being 30 is just like being overpowered in your 20s. And is a long way away from the end. No doubt you're gonna kick ass and take names. Laura says it's weird how the internet is the most and least toxic place ever, right? But we have to find our little islands. So yeah, I don't want this to turn into like a, well, aren't I wonderful and brilliant for setting up the longship? I'm so clever and smart. Because we kind of came together, but I'm really happy we have. Jaralan's like, suddenly, you're only 30? Shrivels up in bunny mummy, letting out a cloud of dust, right? I know, I'm gonna do that. Being 30 is basically being an overpowered 20-year-old. So you are far from at the peak of your career. I have no doubt you are. Yeah, you're going to go way further. And again, I'm assuming this person is masked just from how they're phrasing it, and I'm hoping that they are, because you can see how I'm phrasing it like a pep talk, right? Oh yeah, you're right. I've spelled career wrong. Although at the peak of your carrier, like if I had a carrier, Jaralan's 35. I'm 34. Damn it, it's like 34 and Grandpa here. Moose is only 28. Bloody hell. Oh, you young whippersnapper. Walrus is 31. Damn. All right, Jaralan's got me beat. Kestrel's got me beat. Damn it. Fucking high-level swingers. Pun Spectre's 39. Got me beat as well. Qualid. Yeah, as Alpha was saying, being at the peak of your very own carrier, that's pretty damn awesome. Jaralan's like, lies in a day over 23. Mecha Noel just screaming, it's over 9,000! Elle's gonna be turning 40 in 28 days. Oh, Earl, you better let us know when it's your birthday. We're gonna sing that from the high heavens. Rhyme says, making people guess my age, one of my favorite things sometimes. Kestrel's like, mentally, 2019. I mean, I've heard your giggle. Rikami is 23 in 2 days. Though I am constantly reminded of the Red versus Blue quote, which is, and this is not at you, this is the quote, that you're an asshole. Think back to yourself 5 years ago. Yo! Maniacal, thank you for throwing us a host, yo. Those of you who've just come over, this is Kind Words. This is a video game about writing kind words to people. So, that's it. People submit anonymous messages and you write them messages of support back. It's not like about writing support or solving problems. You're just telling people like, yo, you're heard, we like you. I entirely lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. Think back to what you were like 10 years ago. You're an asshole, weren't you? You're an asshole now. It's just going to take you a further 10 years to realise. Well, that's very cynical. That's always made me chortle. Because I think back to the Will 10 years ago and I'm like, ooh, why did no one punch you in the face more? I'd have punched you in the face more. But except I have brittle bird bones. Lily's like, I'm still very much a child. I mean, I laugh at my own jokes constantly. And as Moose says, remember, growing old is mandatory, growing up is optional. And yeah, Jarolan, that's a real good point. Pun Spectre says, generally when asked how old are you, I say, enough. Alright. Yeah, no, not touching that one. Pretty cool. So, we don't get direct written responses from people, but what we do get is if someone likes what we wrote, they send us a sticker. We've got a Robot Cube sticker. Nice. Oh, okay, and this is the other quirk of this game. So these little paper airplanes that go through, you click them, and these are little like messages that float between everyone's games. This one says, the world is confusing, absurd, and weird. Keep up with it. Flip the script. Become the enigma you've always wanted to be. Run that extra mile. Eat an entire cake. Go the distance. Aww. See? People are lovely. Let me tell you a secret. That you are a beautiful human being. You make me happy to be alive. You are my antidepressant. And you make my time worth it. It's okay if you don't know how to feel about that, since I'm a stranger. And I'm right outside your window. Sorry, I shouldn't joke. I shouldn't joke. Also, in the event that you have been prescribed antidepressants, please do take them responsibly. Loves, hug, and support, while wonderful, are not a replacement for genuine medication subscribed to you by a real doctor. Just gonna say that. All of my friends' stories were like, yeah, I decided to just go off antidepressants to see how they went. It was a bad time. There is nothing wrong with getting medical help for clinical depression or for any myriad of symptoms that affect people. There's nothing wrong with that. We said that! That was us! We're making the world a better place! We did the thing! We did the thing! Oh, Pun Spectre's gotta go. They got a phone date. Nice. Go, have fun. Tell whoever it is the longship says hi. They won't know, but it'll be funny. Mecha Noel's like, it me! You just cheered yourself up then. Laura says, but yeah, bitten someone at Bristol for a point from meal. Yeah. Oh, and we've got a new decoration as well. Check it out. Robo cubes. They light up whenever girls walk by, and vice versa. When cubes walk by girls. Okie dokie. So yeah, let's send some more nice things into the ether. Mecha Noel says, I am the emotional support girl! I am the one who writes! That's a great title, Mecha Noel. And the robot Q... I'll cue you for 2Ds. Camille says, that's from another game. Maybe. Jarolan wants to add the classic, you are valid. You are enough. You don't need to earn your existence. Send that one into the ether. Laura said, love to spread, sleep, eat, drink water, and everything else is optional. I'm sure that's one of ours. Oh, you're worth all the time you invest in yourself. Love yourself without any mercy. I don't know if I would have chosen mercy. Love yourself without mercy. God, the last time I loved myself without mercy, I couldn't sit down for a day. Sorry, that was crass and I do apologize. Much like horror games and other such titles. Look at you! You're a shining star. Masterpiece. You are beautiful, wonderful, and irreplaceable. That is true. Jaralan, I respectfully refuse to comment. You're going places. It might always be what you expected. You're going places. I believe you get to be where you want to be. Elle says, I think that person is just trying to say love yourself without a healing battle angel. That's the point. Our friends, small tangent, but yeah, there's always tomorrow if the day doesn't work out. Woosa. They're gonna screenshot that. Woosa. There was a little screen cap of, you know, the meme of two women screaming on one panel and it's a cat with plain salad on the other. It's that, but it's Mercy in Symmetra. Mercy is losing her head, and over there, it's fecking, it's Genji at like eye height at the table. There's got a plate of shurikens. Jaralan said, from the words of wisdom of Squid Kids. This, oh my god, this is compassionate Splatoon. All they need to do is add a multiplayer painting element, and this is like compassionate Splatoon. Aww, these little messages. No matter what anyone says, no matter how bad things are, you are worthy. That was one of ours as well. So, a splaffamations. That does sound like something less than PG-13. Oh, be as kind to yourself as you are to others, Moose. That's a great one. Because I know there are a lot of us here who do practice the level of compassion that we put forward in the world, but are often brutal to ourselves. Of course, I have no idea what that's like. Jaralan said, and the ketchup versus mayo war in Splatoon wasn't a little off. I ain't even tried. Oh, TSCTH. This too shall pass. Yeah, I think that's valid. It definitely helps anyone who has like non-medical but hella like usually situational mood swings. It helps a whole bunch. Ara says, I'm gonna send a tiny blep on a plane to you. Copy of kind words. Let's see if you can figure out which one it is. If you catch it. The world is more scared of you than you are of it. That's definitely one of ours. Theodora says, reminds me, I need to pick up that PS4 Graffiti Ghosts game. It's gonna be okay. I need to... Don't be afraid to talk about your problems. Other people are here to help. I mean, we got human maintenance. And as Fiona's probably going to be kicking off soon-ish, I'm not saying we're ending for the day, because we are going to roll straight into Fiona, who is going to get high as a tiny kite and play a crap ton of Goose Game, which some might argue is possibly the best way to experience Goose Game. Oh yeah, so Fiona is... I'll bring up Tiny Fiona here, so we'll be ready when she's live. But, okay, so here... Oi, shush you! No one cares about you, Digi adverts. So, friendos, here are the things that I want to say. You are all an exceptionally wonderful bunch of people. We have so many people from so many different backgrounds who've gone through so many different things. And the fact that we're all here together, supporting each other, looking after each other, like, we're not unified by the things that set us down. We're definitely not unified by the things trying to crush us. You know, we're all here, in spite of the shite that life has thrown at us. We're here from so many different paths, and we're here together. And that's feckin' cool. You know what I mean? GSCDHS can we dodge roll into Fiona? Yeah. Also, the battle cry for the raid will be honk. If possible, copy Arrow Griffin's tiny honk. But I do want to finish this up while Fiona's getting started. But I do want to say, yo, we've got the human maintenance, we've got the Discord, we've got each other. If you ever need to DM me, you can. I don't always get to respond as much as I like because I need more hours in the day. But we're here. We got you. Alright? So yeah. Love you all. We're an exceptional bunch of mother hubbers. I guess that was it. Like, I don't know if you all saw how easy it was for us to just engage in helping people. When you put compassion first, when you bring a group of people together and ask them, have empathy, it works. Yo. And yeah, Mechano, it does make me happy that when we started, we didn't see many paper airplanes. As it's increased, the world's a beautiful place and you're part of it. I'm pretty sure that's one of ours. And these are going to drift into other people's games, and, you know, someone is going to be sitting here trying to think about how to write about something that is genuinely affecting them. And our little, like, motivational silliness is going to roll through. Alright, so I'm going to roll credits because I do need to thank all of you who've been, like, celebrating your 12 months, throwing bits, and then prepare your honks, alright? Because we're going to go raid Fiona, who is about to chomp down on some, like, super strong weed chocolate, which I know nothing. I have no knowledge about that sphere of getting baked. And then they're going to start Goose Game. And so, yes, you are not requested to keep yourself in fight, keep others warm. That's definitely one of ours. So, yeah. Let me roll credits, and let's get this party started. Yeah. Alright. Out. Just a second, River. Just a second. I need to roll credits, and then we can go raid your ma. Go raid your ma. But I will say that, friends, the reason we're here, the reason we're all together is literally because you lot decide to keep me around. Because you throw subs, because bits especially, and everything. It's why I am here, and why we're here together. So I want to say another thank you for that. So to Jaraland and Stompysaurus, thank you kindly for donating cash money dollars. It's sincerely appreciated. That just pretty much just goes with food. But as you all know, bits are the lifeblood of this, and the reason we got to hang out in this tiny room and be cool kids. So the Quasimoto, Shackle Draconis, Isocrid, J-Post, Canderant, Rothas, Stormscale, Cashros, Vanderbeast, and the League of Anonymous Spooky Ghosts, sincerely, I mean this, thank you. So we had Caffeine, Lizzie, and we did have Tal earlier, so thank you to our amazing moderation team. And to those that subbed, resubbed, and were the recipients of House Cards Hunt! I want to say thank you to Jesse Cox, Rami Ismail, Sharalan, Firestraker, Arden, Rodas, Stormscale, Stompysaurus, Because I'm Dan Jones, Heroes People, Jedi Master Killer, Walrus Ware, The Man, Iron Imp, The Dismook, and Plunge. Those of you that have been procking your feckin' 12 months, you are heroes to a person. Like, the fact that we've been doing this for reals for 12 months is feckin' glorious. So, let's get this raid started. So, we're gonna go be raiding Fiona, who is literally in the other room. I had considered coming up with some silly jokes along the ilk, but feck it. We're doing this for the eels. I know, I will let you out in a second. Alright, we're gonna go raid your ma. There we go. So let's get this raid started. So yeah, today has been a great day. We talked about a very serious international topic with compassion and with, like, genuine interest. And then we just spent the last 4 hours making someone else's day a little bit better. Like, video games are, I'm not gonna swear a bit, video games are a fucking miracle. And days like this prove why it's so exceptional. So friendos, get ready to honk. I'm actually gonna steal Relu's one. So if you don't have a honk previously cooked, might add a friendo at the beginning and friendo at the end. Yeah. So get your honk combos ready. Yeah. That's a messy honk. Yeah, Jaralan's got a good combo. Relu stole mechas. Wow. Savage. Savage, Relu. Alright, friends. Who's ready for some goose shenanigans? Thank you for an amazing day. You'll probably see me in the background in a couple of seconds because I'm gonna get some crumpets. And then, yeah, let's watch someone get baked and honk their way through the world. Right, let's ride.